Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Kenneka Jenkins' final moments. All right, let's talk. Well, today, people, it has been such an interesting day. I am here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. People's Kenneka Jenkins' final moments. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I am here and I am back. And I am back with a vengeance, peoples. I said I'm back with a vengeance. And I am going to rip this thing apart, peoples. Now, if you watched the live on last night, you have literally got a treat when we were talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case. You have literally got a treat, peoples. And so I want to go ahead and I want to do an addendum to that of what I was talking about on last night. Me and Brazy Certified World Media. Now, we have brought some clarity out of confusion. But I think that there is a little bit more of confusion, peoples, because I have always told you from many years ago my stance, and I've always stand 10 toes down upon my stance and what my beliefs is. And I never deviated from that. I will never change that until the people can actually tell me and show me, not just tell me, but show me unequivocally and undeniably that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment. Well, then it ain't much that you need to really talk to me about, because I'm not going to change my views just because you may think that Kenneka ever walked the halls of that establishment. And so, peoples, I have always took this stance, and I've always stayed upon this stance, and I've always proven my stance. Now, I know it's pretty hard for many of you to grasp this concept that several people played Kenneka. But it's not far-fetched, peoples, and I have already shown you many times over that several people played Kenneka. Now, if they can go ahead and they can go and switch up videos around and switch up times and things of that nature and stuff, why is it so far-fetched that two girls or more played Kenneka? Why is that so far-fetched? I don't understand the logic or reason that many of you have when you tried to convince me and tell me that that was Kenneka walking the halls of that establishment. Well, I mean, I don't understand the logic, because I mean, if you're telling me that they can edit videos and they can change timestamps and they can put people in where they never been, and when I say that, not literally in a literal sense of actually putting the people in that video footage, but switching the video footage around and then trying to claim that these people were there at the time to when they proclaimed. Well, if they can do all of that, why is it so far-fetched to believe and understand that several girls played Kenneka? Now, peoples, again, I'm going to go and I'm going to walk this thing down. I'm going to walk this thing down, and I'm going to show you again, unequivocally and undeniably, that there were several people who played Kenneka. Several people play Kenneka, and some of you really don't understand, but I hope you will get it this time. Because again, it ain't no reason to sit here and try to convince me what your narrative is when you are not even open to understanding what I am saying and what my narrative is. Do you understand? I want to get that clarity to all people. Okay, I hear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, and I see what you're saying. But now it is time for you to open up your eyes and start to see what I am saying and what I have been saying forever and a day. And there is facts and there is validity to the various things that I have been saying. And hopefully this time around, you get it. Now, peoples, we're going to start off with the watch. Kenneka Jenkins watch. People do not carry two watches. That's on average. People, just general people in general, do not carry two watches. They just don't do that. That is out the norm. And when you try to sit here and tell me that people carry two watches, that's bullshit and nonsense. Okay, it is bullshit and nonsense. People don't carry two watches. And it is unlikely that people will carry two types of lip gloss. It is unlikely that people will carry two types of wigs. It is unlikely that people will carry two types of bras. Do you understand what I'm saying? It is unlikely that people will carry two types of shoes. So do you get what I'm saying, peoples? It is unlikely that people will carry two types of anything, especially if they are going to an event, a party, or just casual, just being out and about. You know, people just don't do that. And that it is unlikely for people to do that. Do you understand what I'm saying? So now I want to start off right here. I want to start off right here, and I want to build my foundation as to what I am going to do in this live. Now, me and Brazy, we have made headway on last night, and we have shown you unequivocally and undeniably, peoples, that a lot of that video footage was edited. Yes, true. A lot of the video footage has been compromised, but not everything, peoples. Everything has not been compromised. And I want you guys to understand that. When people want to use Kenneka Jenkins' name, they use it loosely because they want everybody that is being depicted or shown in any type of anything. Oh yeah, that's Kenneka Jenkins. That's Kenneka. That's Kenneka. Well, everybody and everything is not Kenneka. In every photo, in every screenshot, in every video, it is not Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. It is people who played Kenneka. And so it is not far-fetched that several people played Kenneka. I have brought that out many, many times before for many years. And for you guys to don't get it, well, then that's fine. You don't get it. But now, hopefully, after I get through, I'm going to prove to you again, unequivocally and undeniably, that several girls played Kenneka. So when you try to tell me that Kenneka Jenkins walked in that halls and walked herself in that freezer, then I have to tell you, you have to go and you have to examine your head, because something is rattling up there that is not connecting with reality. And reality is, peoples, we cannot overlook the various things that was placed in this live. I mean, that was placed in this particular case. You cannot deviate from that, peoples. You cannot change that. You got to give credence to it because it is a part of the case. And whether you like it or not, I really don't give two rats' asses, because it is what it is. The truth is the truth. It needs no help. It stands on its own, peoples. And whether you like it or not, or whether you agree with it or not, it is what it is. And that's what it is. And so I want to go back and I want to bolster my claim, peoples. Not listen to the nonsense that many of you come with, not listen to your narrative, not listen to your mantra, not listen to your theories and your conspiracy theories and things. I am just going to go and I'm going to show you what they said. It is what they said, and it's what they shown, peoples. It's what they said, and it's what they shown. And the thing is, peoples, you can't discount it. You make and take bits and pieces of the narrative and things are bits and pieces of the video footage, are bits and pieces of a picture or whatever, and then try to formulate your own opinion. But your opinion really doesn't mean anything unless you incorporate the overall picture. You got to incorporate everything. Everything has to tie into all of this, and it has to make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, peoples, just like Johnny Cochran had said, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. Do you understand what I'm saying? If it doesn't fit, you must acquit. And so people's, hopefully now in this live, I can give you something that you can feast upon. Hopefully. Because again, when you want to try to tell me that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment, and I'm telling you that is not her, and you want to argue me down that it's her, well then my thing is prove that it's her. Prove it. You can't, because you can only go by what they gave, and that is the videos. And every video is grainy, peoples. Every video is grainy. Do you understand what I'm saying? So with that being said, now you have to go by the attire of what the people are wearing, right? So when you try to tell me that the girl that was in the bathroom with Shamaya and Monifa is not Kenneka, you need your head examined, because that is Kenneka. I don't understand how anybody can sit here and say that wasn't Kenneka Jenkins in the bathroom with Shamaya and Monifa when you clearly seen her. And if it wasn't Kenneka, well then who in the hell was it? You guys have been drinking too much, and you guys have been smoking too much, and it affected your brain cells. Now, see, normally I don't come off and I don't get rattled like this, and I don't just come off and just start browbeating the people, but I have to browbeat the people because you're stupid. And it's just like the live that I played on last night. I see stupid people. And one of the stupid people that talked about this case for many years is Trey Gay, the Thunder Booty, the one who likes men's ass. But this live is not about Trey Gay peoples per se. It's about all of you stupid, idiotic people who just can't get it, who can't grasp the concept that there were several girls who played Kenneka. There were several girls. Now, if you can't believe that concept, well, then that's up on you. It is up on you. Because, see, the thing is, you're not going to browbeat me into thinking that Kenneka Jenkins ever walked the halls of that establishment when you absolutely, unequivocally, and positively do not have no proof, peoples. I said you do not have no proof, peoples. And the reason why I say that is because you do not have a crystal clear cut picture of the young lady who you guys call Kenneka Jenkins in a hallway. Now, I happen to agree with a lot of the other things that has been stated, but I just don't agree with how she got to that point, peoples. I don't agree with the narrative that of what the establishment has stated, that Kenneka Jenkins roamed the halls of this establishment and things for any length of time and whatnot. I don't agree with that. Now, I do agree that she got abducted. I do agree that there's some things that happened to her and whatnot. I do agree with that. I don't agree with the assessment of how you guys are trying to analyze this and trying to put her in to where she's never been. I don't agree with that. And that's where we are right now, peoples. I said that's where we are right now. So when you want to tell me that's Kenneka, well, then I'm going to tell you that's not Kenneka, and then we can argue that point. But now I'm getting ready to prove to you that the young lady that we see in the hallway is not Kenneka, because, again, Kenneka Jenkins was found in the freezer with a gray watch on. people just don't normally take two different types of watches. And what she's going to do, she's going to walk into the establishment with a black watch, and then she's going to lay down in the freezer with a gray watch. Really, peoples? I mean, just think about that for one moment. Let's brainstorm for one moment. How stupid does that sound? What? So she's going to go ahead and she's going to interchange the scrunchie with the watch, and she's going to put the watch on one arm, and then she's going to put the scrunchie on the other arm, and then later on in the night, she's going to exchange that and put the watch on the other arm, and then she's going to put the scrunchie on the other arm. How stupid is that, people? That doesn't make no sense. People are a creature of habit. People, unless she is dyslexic or have some type of mental illness to where she would do some stupid stuff like that, which she never struck me as having mental illness. Kenneka is a creature of habit, just like you are a creature of habit. You get up in the morning, you go brush your teeth, you wash your face, you take a shower, you comb your hair, you put your makeup on, you put your clothes on, you put your shoes on, you go get your keys, and you either make some breakfast or something, or you either just run to your car and then go on about your business and stuff. These are routines, people, that is ingrained in our brains. These are things that we do without having to think about doing it. Some of you don't wake up and don't even take a shower, you know? But whatever your routine is, it is a routine and it's ingrained. And so some of the things that you go about in the day is what you do, and you do without thinking because it is a part of your routine. It is uncommon for people to carry two watches. How many people that you ever know in life run around with two watches in their pockets? Two shirts and two pair of pants and two jackets, two wigs, two things of lip gloss, two this and two that. The average person don't walk around in with their possession two of anything, peoples. You know, that's uncommon. It's totally uncommon. And to think that this girl did it, you stupid. You're stupid. You can't tell me that is the norm. Now, what is actual, factual, and true? Actual, factual, and true is Kenneka Jenkins was found in the freezer. Well, was she found? Well, that's what they say. But she was in a freezer. So you see how I said that was actual, factual, and true? Kenneka was found in the freezer. Well, that's not true. She was not found in a freezer. Kenneka was deliberately placed in a freezer. See, people, you have to understand the terminology that you use when you are talking about this case, because terminology expresses and explains a lot. And if you're using a play of words, well, then just one little word can change the whole meaning of something. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so just like my clown friend, Custom Design, when he tried to express about the depiction of Kenneka. Well, Mr. Clownhead, you have been agreeing with me forever and a day, because you said that Kenneka was never there. I said Kenneka never walked the halls of that establishment. So in essence, whether she was never there at the establishment or she didn't walk the halls of the establishment, we're both saying the same thing. She wasn't in the halls. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So we both came to the conclusion, but we have a different starting point. We have a different narrative as to why she is not in the halls. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it really doesn't make no difference to me how you come up with your conclusion. Your conclusion has to make sense. And if your conclusion doesn't make sense, well, then you can't get me to agree with the things that you're saying. And whether you disagree with what I'm saying, that's fine. That's good. Go back and watch my lives and then get a greater understanding as to what I've been trying to convey forever and a day. because I'm not changing it. I am not changing it. I will stand 10 toes down. And if I have to speak about this for the next 100 years, I will. But what I will always show you and prove to you my stance. And that will never change. It will never change, peoples. No matter how many conversations we may have, no matter how many times you will go and show me different things and stuff, my narrative will never, ever change until I am satisfied within my own mind as to what I believe has transpired, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? So I just wanted to put that little addendum out there and stuff because, again, Edward Joseph is meticulous and methodical person and things. And although I don't agree with most of the things that many of you say, I always stand 10 toes down with what I say. And I've always can prove that of what I say, which is what I'm going to do right now. Is that all right, peoples? So after I go with my disclosures and my disclaimers and things and stuff, then I'm going to put the link in the chat. You guys want to come up, be right ahead, but you must be respectful to me. This is my live. This is my channel. You're free to say what you need to say, but keep it on a respectable level. If you can't do that, I'm going to eject your ass for all eternity from out of here. Never, ever to return again. I will not tolerate the bullshit and madness that Custom Design had brought on the other day. Now, I have been kind, I have been courteous, and I have extended an olive branch, and I had extended an invitation and stuff, but the guy is crazy. I understand that now. He's crazy. He's a lunatic. He has mental issues, and I can't help him. I absolutely can't. I am thoroughly convinced now, people, is that no amount of trying to reason with this stupid butt person is going to do anything to change his behaviors. It is ingrained within him. Whatever transpired in his life, it is demonstrated in his behavior. And it has always been ever since I have known him. And so I'm not going to deal with it, peoples. I'm just not. And so if you want to come just like he does, well, then I'm going to eject your ass for all eternity. You will never, ever be able to come back in my chat or on my live again with that type of behavior. I am trying to build a platform to where everybody is welcome, whether you agree with me or whether you disagree with me. All I'm saying is come with your conversation, come with your receipts, come with your narrative, come with your thoughts and views, come with your theories and whatever it may be, but come with it and then bolster your claim. But be respectful to everybody in the chat and on the panel. And if you can't, well, then I'm going to eject your ass for all eternity. You will never, ever, ever be able to come back on my live, in my chat, or anything, period. And if I find out who you, and if you come under a different name and I find out who you is, I'm going to block that. Every attempt that you do, I will block that. Because I don't need hilarious and nefarious people. I am so far surpassed that, peoples. If we can't come together and have a conversation and come with our disagreement as to what we perceive to be in things, well then, you know, we can't politic, we can't conversate. Because if it's going to get to the name calling and all like that and stuff, well then, no. I'm name calling right now because the shit has happened. So I have every right to say what I need to say. Peoples, clearly right here. Disclaimer. These are my express views and opinions. If you don't want to see or hear them, then don't watch this video. Nobody asked your ass to come in. Nobody asked your ass to even chime out in the chat. Nobody asked your ass to come to the panel. If you don't like what I say, you can take your ass somewhere else and you ain't even got to come back. Is that all right, peoples? That is my disclaimer. That goes to everybody. You don't like what Edward Joseph is saying or doing in this live, take your little ass somewhere else. But if you come in and be disruptive in my life, I'm going to block your ass. Point blank, period. That's it. I have zero tolerance for bullshit. Is that all right, peoples? You don't like what I say? Get the F out of here and don't bring your ass back. It's just that simple. Is that all right, peoples? My other disclaimer. All scenes in this video has allegedly occurred. We hold no responsibility to what is being spoken. Peoples, that means whatever I say, you say, or anybody else say in this live has allegedly occurred. And we hold no responsibility to what you say, I say, or anybody else say in this live. Is that all right, peoples? Yeah, hold on for a moment. Turn up my sound a little bit. All right. My final disclosure, peoples. Copyright disclaimer. This is a work of film criticism that uses the images, sounds, and music from a film in order to critique and discuss the filmmaker's artistic decisions. Meaning you YouTubers, you channel holders, and your channel creators are content creators, however you want to express yourself as being. This video contains copyrighted material, but is an educational study and falls under the fair use provisions of the U.S. copyright law and therefore is not a copyright infringement. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act, 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purpose such as criticism is what I'm doing now. Comment, news reporting, teaching is what I'm doing now. Scholarships and research. All right, peoples, I have given you all of my disclaimers and things, and I am going to dive into this, peoples, and I am going to go back and I am going to prove my stance as it stands, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? All right. Let me give a shout out to my peoples that's in the chat. Hello, Honesty. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Honesty has says, hey, Edward. Hello, Brazy Certified World Media. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Brazy Certified World Media is saying, what's up, chat? And then Honesty says, hey, Brazy. All right. Brazy, I'm going to drop the link. If you want to come up, you're more than welcome. But I am going to start off this live with a live that Teresa Martin's attorney had stated. Now I'm going to show this live and then I'm going to interject at intervals to really put emphasis upon what he said. It ain't what I said. It ain't what you said. It ain't what anybody else said. It is what he said. And you cannot take away from what the people said. So anytime that you talk about this particular case, peoples, I don't care what you do, how you do, what conclusion you come up with, you can't take away from what they said. Now, he is TM's attorney, or was at the time, and this is what he said. Let me share my screen, peoples.
involved in the tragic death of Kenneka Jenkins on September the 9th, 2017.
Now, did you hear what he said? He started off with who was involved with the death of Kenneka Jenkins. He didn't give no names. He said who was involved with the death of Kenneka Jenkins. This is not the full. This is not the full and complete interview of Jeffrey Feiger. This is not, because he started off with who was involved with the death of Kenneka Jenkins. So what is that saying, people? You can interpret that many different ways. You can interpret it as that it could have been a murder, or it could have been an accident. What he had said, that's the open-ended statement. Who was involved with the death of Kenneka Jenkins? Understand what he is saying. Let me repeat that, people. So let's go back.
Who were involved in the tragic death of Kenneka Jenkins on September the 9th, 2017. The facts and circumstances regarding Kenneka's death are not entirely clear. That's
the facts and circumstances of what happened to Kenneka Jenkins is not entirely clear. I mean, that's evident because, you know, we're continuing to keep going round and round in circles about what happened to Kenneka, right? All right, let's go.
Primarily because there have been no adequate answers given.
There has been no adequate answers given, meaning that all of the things that you guys are telling me, and I'm telling you, we're not connecting. We're not seeing eye to eye because we don't have all of the answers. You don't have all of the answers. I don't have all of the answers. None of us have all of the answers. Okay?
For why or how Kenneka was not identified or found.
Why or how Kenneka was identified or found. Okay? Did you hear what he said? Why Kenneka wasn't identified or found. So what is that telling you, peoples? What is that telling you? Well, when you want to tell me, yes, that's Kenneka in the hallway, I'm telling you what he said. He said why or how Kenneka was not identified or found. You can't tell me that's Kenneka Jenkins in the hallway when you do not have a crystal clear cut picture of her. You see, the girl in the hallway has different attire. You see, the girl in the hallway has a black watch on. Kenneka has on a gray watch. You see, in the hallway, the girl has on a different type of shirt-like thing because Kenneka wore a pure white breast thing. This girl had on a lining of a black outline on her shirt. Okay. So that says a lot, peoples. In the case files, in the evidence, they had put down a black watch. But on Kenneka's person, it was a gray watch. How do you get it mixed up? And I heard a content creator say, "Oh, well, when they took the picture of the watch on the tray, well, the flash had made the watch band turn black." People, that is the most stupidest thing I have ever heard. How is a watch band going to turn completely black by a flash of a camera? I mean, that tells me the lack of knowledge that you have. And if you don't investigate, you can't enumerate. Do you understand what I'm saying? You have no clue as to what you're saying, and you're just throwing stuff out there. And when you throw stuff out there without doing a thorough investigation, it just makes you look stupid. It really does. And that's why I go back over the video footage. That's why I go over the audio clips. That's why I go over things like this, because there are hidden gems in there. That's why I go over the case files. That's why I go over the evidence files. That's why I go over the statements. That's why I go over the surveillance video footage. You cannot discount everything, peoples. You cannot discount nothing. Just because the video footage says a certain type of way and you got in your mind, okay, well, this is supposed to be this way. Just because the case files is saying some type of way and you got into your mind it's supposed to be this way. Just because the people had made a statement and you thinking that is actual, factual, and true, people's no. You do yourself a total disjustice if you don't look at everything as a whole. In everything, in some shape, form, or another, has to make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, well, then you know what that means, right? It means that it is a lie. It is a lie. Because peoples, the truth stands alone. It needs no help. I've been saying that forever and a day. Different ones been taking my mantra and utilizing it as their own. But you know where you got it from. You got it from here. I was the one who originally said that. And then everybody else goes and takes that and they try to keep repeating it and keep repeating it and keep repeating it and trying to make people believe, okay, well, I'm the one who originated this and this is what I say. This is what it is. No, peoples. Just like I say, hilarious and nefarious. Just like I say, mantra. Just like I say, only these different things, people tend to use it. But if they use it more than one time in succession, peoples, you already know that they're trying to convince the people that they're the ones who had originated with it. And they're the ones who's trying to convince themselves that they said it. And then they try to mimic me. They try to elevate their voice. They try to, have high-pitched tones and low tones and monotones and things like that. People, I am a singer. So it naturally comes from me. I've never been an actor, but I did act and things. And so, as a content creator, as a YouTube content creator, and getting known here, you have to adopt different personalities. You got to know when to ramp up things and when not to, when to be more subtle, when to be silent, when to speak boastfully, when to speak gracefully, when to be obnoxious. You got to incorporate all of that because, if you're going to tell the story, peoples, it's just like what my friend Fresh Source TV had said. She's a storyteller, but she's one that writes plays and things. And so you got to know when to be dramatic and when not to be. And Treygate tries to tries to imitate me, but he can't do it. He fails every time. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting mad. What are you getting mad for? Of your own lies? What are you getting mad for? What is it that you are saying? See, when I want to put emphasis upon things, now my voice raises, it elevates. I put emphasis upon that. Many of you people think, well, why are you screaming and hollering? Because I can. Because I'm Edward Joseph, because this is my channel, because I say what I want to say, I do what I want to do. And that gets your attention, peoples. And so people who has been following me for any length of time, that becomes the norm to them, because now they look for that. They look for that. But people take that out of context and they thinking, oh, well, Edward Joseph is over there going off the hinge again. You know, he's mad and he's furious and this and that. No, people, I really, really get angry. I rarely. It may seem that way, but it's all a internet persona. Radio personalities does that all the time. I just happen to master it. And I just happens to be effective with it. And so when you want to go ahead and you want to express things about different cases and stuff, people's, incorporate that. I'm in a program. It's called Genome Masters at my job, where you learn the technique of speaking, public speaking, and speaking in front of a crowd, speaking in front of the audience, speaking in front of hundreds or thousands of people. And so you have to incorporate all of these different techniques that I do daily on my lives in order to get your point across. Now, if I was to just sit here and just be plain Jane, bone dry and stuff, and, yeah, okay, well, this is Jeffrey Feiger, and this is what he said, people, and all like that, how many people will turn away from the channel? Because I'm not exciting. My voice is not elevator or anything. I'm not ramping up. Nothing. Is just plain dry. And just reading. If I was to read something to you and I'll just read it in that manner like that, you guys will tune out real quick. I'm not giving you anything. Even I may be the most truthful person there is and stuff. If I'm not giving you anything to keep you engaged, well, then I failed. But obviously, I must master something, peoples, because we went 8 hours and you guys stayed in the live. You guys watched it from the time I came on to the time I left. That takes skill, peoples. That just doesn't happen. Everybody can't do that. Everybody try to mimic that, but they can't do that. And as you can see, peoples, you didn't see me going ahead and continue to keep regurgitating and keep repeating the words and stuff. No. It's always something new. It's always something fresh. It's always something interesting. And I dramatize it up and wait and keep you at the cliff before I push you overboard into something new, a whole new adventure. Now you may hit concrete or you may hit the ocean. You may survive or you may be to the degree to where you're on your dying bed. But however it may be, you're still here. You're still listening, you're still watching, and you're still learning. And all of those things that I had just told you about in the disclaimer, that's what I do. Let me go back to the disclaimer, peoples. It clearly says right here, fair use is for purposes such as criticism. I do that a lot. Comment, that's what I'm doing right now. News reporting. Well, I have always done that in every live because it is news to you. I'm teaching. Now, the only thing I don't do is scholarships, but I do my research. So one thing I don't do is the scholarships, but everything else I have incorporated. And that's what I do on a daily, peoples, whether you like it or not, whether you accept it or not, or whether you believe it or not. And I do it without fail. And that's what keeps you here for hours on end, keep you engaged in things. You see, so now whenever you get to the point to where, oh, well, Edward Joseph is over there, he's screaming and hollering and things like that. No, peoples, it's a internet persona that I have learned to master, because you got to be able to capture the people's attention and cultivate the people's attention. But the one most important thing that I keep reiterating to the people, and I've been teaching this forever and a day, you have to learn how to listen, and you got to listen to learn. People's, if I wasn't one who was able to recall a lot of things that I see and hear, I wouldn't be effective in what I do. But I have a unique ability to recall things, especially when I see it and especially when I hear it. And so when general conversations that we have, especially in cases like this, when I am going over some things, I can recall because I have a photographic memory. And so with that, it makes it even more interesting because, again, I can take a piece of what was stated or what was shown, and I can recall that, and we can be up on that particular topic. And I say, oh, wait, time out. This is what they said. And then I go to that, and then I show you what they said. Undisputable proof. It ain't no way that you can debunk me or you can deny that because it is what they said. I didn't say it. So you can sit and you can conjure up all of this madness, but I will always come back and I will show you what they said. And that's why my lives is so interesting, peoples, because I have that ability to recall things and bring it up in the general conversations. You don't do that. You forget about the things that you say. And that is many of you guys' biggest problem because you go blurting at the mouth. You got the big head. You're going and you want to try to just bolster your claim and stuff. But then when I turn around and I slap you in the face with the various things that you said, now you look stupid. But I didn't say it. I'm just only repeating what you said. So be careful what you say. And if you say something, repeat what you said, but mean it. Because if it was the truth, you don't have no problem going back to that. You can always fall back upon that. Whatever I say, peoples, I can fall back upon that. It's because that's what I believe. Now, whether it's the truth or not, well, that's up for you to decide. Not for me. It's up for you to decide. But it's my belief. And because it's my belief, it is ingrained in my system. It is ingrained in my brain and will always be a part of my narrative. It will always be a part of my mantra. It will always be a part of my commentary. It's because it's what I believe. If you don't believe it, you won't retain it. But if you believe it, you're going to stand 10 toes down with it. You're going to defend it with everything that you got. And everything that I said, every live that I did, peoples, I believe the things that I have seen until proven otherwise. And that's the point that I try to make to you guys. Just because you're telling me something doesn't necessarily mean I truly believe it. I don't have to agree with it. But if I don't believe it, you ain't gonna get much from me. And that's why I'm effective, because I believe that of what I am showing until proven otherwise. And I keep telling you over and over again, I only can go by what they gave. I didn't see all of the original video footage. I didn't see all of that. But that of what I did see, that is what I'm giving a narrative to. So if it goes against the grain, or if it goes against what you believe or what you perceive, that's not my problem. If you want me to understand what you're trying to convey, well, then come on here, show your proof. Explain to me and the people in great detail so we all can be on the same page and on one accord as to why you believe such. But telling me without showing me, it's not going to work for me. Is that all right, peoples? I hope you guys really understand why I stand 10 toes down with something that you guys just actually think that just doesn't make no sense. Well, it makes perfect sense to me because either I saw it, either I heard it, or either I did it. One of the three. And it never changes. I believe in God. That never changes. God ain't never did anything to me or for me to disbelieve that its existence. Many of you don't believe in God, but I do. I pray. I read the Bible. I read the scriptures. Many of you don't do that, so you don't believe it. But I believe it. And because I believe it, it's a part of me. And because it's a part of me, it is going to be something that I'm going to continue to keep speaking over and over and over again. You don't embrace those things that you don't believe, peoples. Nobody does that. That is crazy. It's crazy to embrace something that you don't believe in. And it's not crazy to express some things that you don't believe in, but it's crazy to embrace it. Now it's the difference between embracing and expressing, peoples. I put my arms around it, and when I wrap my arms around it, it is mine. I claim it. It's my own. Because it's what I believe. It's what I hold dear. It's within my heart. See, man looks after the outer appearance, but God looks after the heart. You don't just put any and everything within your heart, peoples. You don't. That's sacred. Whatever you put in your heart, that's what you truly believe. That's what you embrace. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, whenever Edward Joseph is speaking, and I'm telling you about something, and I'm passionate about it, guess what, peoples? I believe it with all of my heart and soul. Everything, with every fiber, being, every drop of blood, everything. I'm telling you, I believe it until you can prove to me otherwise. And that's where many of you fail, because you cannot exegese, or you cannot explain to me or the people. And that's why I take hours on end, and I take my time and I walk it down and I express it to the people. And if you get it, that's fine. If you don't get it, okay, let me go a different route. Let me explain it to a different way. Let me show you why I believe what I am saying. May not make sense to you. It makes perfect sense to me. And that's why I spend hours on end, not trying to convince you, but trying to get you to an understanding as to why I believe such. And so, you know, many of you guys don't grasp that concept, and you don't understand, because the simple fact is that just because you don't believe it now is not law. And then you tune out everything that I say. You don't give credence to anything that I say, because face value, I don't believe him. He ain't telling the truth. I don't believe him. So you close off everything. And so now it takes me hours, days, years, and continue to keep revising, reiterating, but it never changes. The whole premise of what I'm saying never changes. I said that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. I have proven that. I stood 10 toes down on that. That's contrary to many of you beliefs. That's fine. But I have proven it. I've proven it. And I will continue to keep proving it. You got to prove to me that she walked the halls. You have yet to do that. Just telling me ain't making no difference to me. I've shown you why I said such. One, the different attire. I showed you this girl that got off the elevator doesn't reflect the same attire or having the same artifacts or accessories that Kenneka Jenkins, who is in the freezer, has. The girl walking the halls has a black watch on with a black scrunchie. Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls or never came to the establishment with a black watch. It doesn't make no sense for her to come to the establishment with two different watches and then exchange the scrunchie on her arms. She is a creature of habit. Just like many of you are a creature of habit. And if you do come with two watches or two this and that and the other, something is wrong with you. You are unique. It's not to say that's bad, but it's not to say that that's good either. People will look at you funny. People will look at you different. People will look at you strange. Why? Because they don't understand you. People with Tourette's syndrome, peoples, have issues. They have issues. They do things out of the norm. Their body twitch, their movements is not normal. They say things, they blurt out things. It's not normal. It's out of the realm and scope of what a person would say normal. So people will look at them strange. Well, what's wrong with the person? Well, he has Tourette syndrome. And so if you don't know anything about Tourette syndrome, you will call him crazy. But he's not crazy. He just has an issue. But it's not your norm. And so because it's not your norm, you consider the person crazy. So you go and you be judgmental before you even have a chance to examine why that person is doing the things that he or she is doing. Case in point with custom design. Custom design has a mental issue. Mental issue. And it ain't something that just happened overnight, peoples. This is something that has been displayed for years on end. His whole behavior has been played out. There is something that has transpired in his life that got that boy to that point. Now, he can be aggressive. He can be meek and mild. He can be smart. He can be stupid. He can act out. Sometimes, you know, he will go and cuss people out, and then in the same breath go and apologize for what he did. Does he have Tourette syndrome? He's suffering with something. It's a mental illness. Now, is he crazy? Far from. But that's the only way that people can describe it as, because his behaviors is out the norm. You know, he can come and he can be a very cool cat when he's not worked up. And when he's worked up, he's off unhinged. He's a whole different person. He's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. But everybody recognizes that he has issues. And so we try to cope with the issues. But sometimes, people's, it's unbearable. I don't hate custom designs. I just dislike the various things that he does. But I come to recognize that he has a mental issue. So there be days I can deal with it. And then there be days I absolutely, positively, and unequivocally can't deal with it. It's out the norm for somebody to pay for a StreamYard to go streaming live and just only play music. That's a waste of money. Who's going to sit there and listen to him ranting and rave about this and that and the other and so on and so forth, and then plays music all day long? Are you going to watch that for 2 and 3 hours? Are you going to watch that for 8 hours, peoples? No, you won't. He had a vibrant channel at one point. Him and T Slay and others came to his channel, and you know, everybody was over there. Oh, he was on top of the world and stuff, you know. at one point, but because of his behavior that he couldn't control, it went downhill, and it went all the way down to only one person is watching him. Why that person watch him, I don't know. So maybe something wrong with that person that's watching him, but that just goes without saying. You can see things without having to say things. So is it two peas in a pod? Well, that's for up to you to decide, peoples. But people do strange things, but you got to be aware of the things that's happening with people. Now, when I was on customs, I drove him crazy. Literally. I went live after live after live after live after live, and it was driving him crazy. It drove that man insane to the degree to where he shut down his channel. Not talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case no more. Had to shut everything down. Well, that's what happens, people. It's because, see, when you understand their weak spots and you start to put your knee on that neck, then they can't take it. They may seem strong, but they're weak. I was able to tap in on that Achilles heel, and I put pressure on that pressure point. It's just like getting acupuncture, sticking those needles on those pressure points and things. I got to him. I got under his skin. It's just like what Brazy had did the other day when he came to Trey Gay's channel. Just his appearance alone changed his whole countenance. And then when he chimed out in the chat, it changed his whole narrative. Now, instead of him staying on point and talking about what he's talking about, he switched up and he started talking about him. So he made him the subject of discussion. That's power. That speaks to his presence and his power. Trey Gay is inferior of Brazy. Just his presence alone commended that boy to change his narrative and to go off on the beaten path just because he walked into his chat room and just start chatting. And so Trey Gay started to play his lives, start to play the things that he was doing on his channel, brought a lot of people to his channel and things and stuff unintentionally. He couldn't handle it. And so then what you see Trey Gay do, ranting and rave for what, about 30 minutes. I was going to play all of that bullshit. I just played enough to where, you guys can see so I can bolster my claim as to what was happening. He just went on and on and on and on and on. And even when he said, well, let me get back to that of what I was saying. No, well, he didn't get back to it because he went on and on and on and on. Brazy was a distraction. People's never allow nobody to get under your skin like that to where you get off kilter. Many of you tried to do that with me. Y'all come into the chat. Y'all want to come with all of this hilarious and nefarious bullshit. Back in the day, yeah, I entertained that madness. Today, I'm not. You come into the live and you start with all of that bullshit and nonsense. If my moderators don't get to you immediately, I will. And if I have to block you, I'm blocking you for all eternity. You ain't never coming back in here. Not under that particular name. So you spent all of that time and effort having the people get used to that particular name, and then all of a sudden you get blocked off my channel. You can't come back under that name on my channel no more. You can't come back with that same rabbit's play and things. And so that's what it is, people. That's why I don't look at the chat, because it is a distraction. If you need my attention, text me and wait until I see that the text came. And if I get a break, well, then I will acknowledge the text, and then I will go ahead and, if I can use it, I'll use it. And if I can't, well, then, I'm not going to use it. But don't go and call me and call me and call me and call me and call me, and try to get my attention and things that way. That's irritating people's. unless you are on the same page as to what I'm talking about, and it's going to be beneficial to what I am talking about on the live, don't do that. Don't do that, peoples. You guys understand the rules and regulations here in my chat on my live, and it's so simple. But some of you go to the extreme to try to get attention. Some of you are just so blatant, bodacious, and hilarious and nefarious, and then you want to come off given the opportunity. Custom Design had an opportunity to come and talk to the people and stuff, and to really express what was on his heart, because it's on his heart. It's not on his mind, people. It's on his heart. This man really believes what he is saying, and that's good. And I can respect him for that, peoples. I can respect him for that. But see, the thing is, peoples, he had an opportunity, but he failed because of his condition, which he has yet to address. Peoples, he has yet to address that condition. I understood that. It's not until he started to vilify me on my channel is when I had to cut it off. So I said, okay, well, let me interject. Oh, no. What do you mean no? You don't tell me no. Nigga, I'm the one who pays for this channel. I'm the one who says what I need to say. I'm the one who do what I need to do. If you can't respect that, get the hell off of here. And then don't come back. I didn't invite him to come. He just came out the blue when man Brazy and Ron was up here talking. We tried to encourage him the other day to come. He refused to come. So now when he see me, Brazy, and Ron up here, now, you know, he comes in. All right. Then I was patient. I let him speak in things until he started to assault me with these verbal vulgar language and stuff. And so then that's when I could have easily just blocked his ass, or I could have easily just hammered in on his ass. I didn't do that. I took the route and said, okay, well, let me interject, because I had to stop that. And so when I did that, that took him off his beaten path, and that took him to a whole new different realm. So see, I studied customs. I know how to deal with the boy. I know how to get under his skin.
You have something popping up on your phone.
No, it will show right there. And so people, that's what it is, you know. So this is it, and I'm teaching right now, and I'm telling you, I'm telling you, so you can use these techniques. So when you have people like that, you know how to deal with them. You don't have to all the time come aggressive, but sometimes you do. You meet the people at the point of their need. I'm sensitive to what the people are saying. I am. I'm sensitive to it. I've always allowed everybody to come to my panel, to utilize my panel in a respectable manner, to get their narrative out there. I'm all the time wanting to politic with people so, you know, they can boost up their ratings and things and stuff. You know, I'm going to be here. Everybody loves me. Everybody's going to watch my channel one way or the other. You know, that's just, I know that. And so I always love to try to politic with people to try to boost their channels up and things, try to give them the views and whatnot, you know, because there's going to be a benefit to all of us when we can come together and we can politic. But if we come together and we're all the time arguing stuff, well, then you have a different group of crowd that likes that too. But I got rid of all of that. Now we have a whole new group of people who wants to come in, who wants to hear what I and other people have to say. That's why they come back. That's why every time I go live, it's always going to be a certain group of people that's going to be here like clockwork, because they love what Edward Joseph has to say. They got accustomed to me, you know, and out of respect, that's why I call them out. That's why I give them accolades. That's why I give them blessings every time that they come in, you know, to show my appreciation. Thank you for hanging with me. Even when I'm not at my best, even when I'm just going on a tangent, cursing up a storm and doing this and that and the other, they ain't saying nothing. They're not, Edward Joseph, well, why are you saying this? Why are you doing this? Well, come on, get back to the topic and stuff like that. No. They're kindly listening because they understand that I need to get it off my chest. I need to empty my system out. And once I empty my system out, now I'm going back to the goody goodies. I'm going back to that of what they came for. And so they studied me. They appreciate me. They respect me. They love me because of what I bring to the table. Once you get that type of following, peoples, well, then, hey, doesn't matter what you do. The people are always going to be there for you and with you. It's just the people who don't know me all the time has things to say. I just had this young lady come into one of the commentaries, and she was just so negative. And my response was just so simple. I said, why do you all the time come into my chat with such negativity? You don't have to watch my live. If you don't like what I'm saying or what I'm doing, you do not have to be here. And so instead of just, really capping up on her, I just dismissed her so smoothly and went on about my business and didn't even think nothing about it. And sometimes you have to do that, people. Sometimes you have to just blatantly ignore the people, which I was ignoring the people in Trey Gaines chat because everybody thought that I was going to engage with them and I was going to harp up on them. No, my focus was Trey Gay, and I stayed up on that. And that pissed them all off to where, I got tired of listening to all of the stuff that he was saying and things. I had enough to prove my point that he wasn't going to go further with trying to browbeat me because it ain't nothing that he can say about Edward Joseph. He refused to show my channel. He refused to cap up on me for any great length of time. He refused. He refused to show his picture. He refused to show any girl that he ever could have been with. He don't have no kids. You don't never see no picture of him and no kids. Him and no wife, him and no girlfriend, him and no man, but he's all the time talking about people's booties, men booties. So when people start talking about things and they say that over and over again, those are the things that they engage in, people. Those are the things that they like. Those are the things that is dear to their heart. And they're telling you. I'm a person that reads body language. I'm a person that listens, and I learn from listening. I watch, I observe. I listen to you. I listen to how you speak. I listen to in the manner to which you speak. I listen to the choice of words that you use. And I can tell much about you just by doing that. And I mastered that, peoples. Micah, take the phone and just sit over there and figure it out. So that's the technique that I have learned, peoples. But it took years of practice. My father was the same. My father was the same. My father taught me a lot of how to read people. My father was in the army. And the army people, they're very disciplined. I never been in the army because I never liked the armed forces. So I didn't even believe in killing people and doing all that. So I was going to be a deserter, even if they tried to recruit me into the army. I never went. My brother did. I never did. And it was my choice. And I tell you, it was my choice. I mean, You can be the serviceman. Thank you for your service and all like that and stuff. But there is things that I do believe in, and there's things that I don't believe in. And I'm never going to bring down what the service people have done. I appreciate, their sacrifice and things, but I don't give in to a lot of their rhetoric. I don't give in to a lot of their philosophies, a lot of their views and things like that. I don't do it, but they have been taught. They have a greater understanding. They come together and, you know, so everybody say, well, honoring the veterans and things. And then my question is, well, what have you done for me? Well, then they go about the World War II, World War III, and all what the veterans done and stuff. But yeah, but those people did that, but you didn't. Where's the sacrifice that you made for me? You see what I'm saying? And so then now we go, tit for tat and this and that and the other. Well, I didn't have to join the armed forces in order to be a beacon of light to any community, to any establishment, to people in general life. I've been a beacon of light to my family, to my friends, to my job, and then to you. So whatever my contributions is in this world and stuff, it is my contributions, it's my individual contributions. You may not agree with it, you may not like it, you may not even accept it. But that's okay with me, because if I'm not bringing you into my world, well, then why should I even acknowledge you or even speak to you or even do anything with you or for you? I don't bring everybody in my world. I don't. A lot of people think that they know me, but you don't know me. You think so, but you don't. Whatever I post I post it because I want it out there. If I don't want it out there, it ain't going up nowhere. You will never know unless it comes out of my mouth. You understand? My family ain't going to just go out and reveal a lot of stuff because they're the same way. So you can do all of the research. You can scan every YouTube post, every Facebook post, every whatever type of post and stuff. But it's only going to give you what I want you to know about Edward Joseph. Point blank, period. Nothing more, nothing less. That's it. I've told you what my situation is. I've shown you what my situation is. I'm in the process of getting my teeth fixed and things. I don't have the money to just go ahead and get a full rack in my mouth and things. And so I'm going step by step, tooth by tooth, money by money. Well, come next month, I will have the money to go ahead and finish the procedures that I've been undergoing and things and stuff. And then I will be live. I will have the perfect smile, and I will do the various things I've been wanting to do forever and a day. But it ain't no need for me to go ahead and put myself out there and knowing that you got random news that's just looking for some juicy juicies that he can talk about and stuff. He already took my pictures and talked about it and things. He thought that he was going to embarrass me, but it didn't embarrass me because I put it out there. I wanted to show the people. Now, if I didn't have the money to get my teeth fixed, well, then, hey, but I got the money. I got insurance. I got a job. Got everything that I need. And then God is raining down a blessing for the car accident. $250,000 that I will have, peoples. I will have brand new everything. You will see a souped up computer system, graphics. You will see a room with me doing my podcast and stuff. You will guys see me in the flesh with some new pearly whites and stuff. And you guys see me in action. Edward Joseph. And I will be on that bitch every single night, coming to you raw, uncut, unfiltered, bringing to you what I believe has happened in all of these cases that I cover. That's what it is, people. That's what's coming. I've been telling you about that and things. So my life is not a mystery. It's that I've only shared these things with certain people because certain people can handle it. See, I test every single person. I give you a little bit about me. I show you a little bit and stuff. And if it ever comes back to me, then I know that you can't hold water. You can't even hold a glass. You can't even hold a shot glass of water. You understand what I'm saying? See, a lot of you had spoken to me about things and shared a lot of personal things with me and stuff. It has never came back to your ears. A lot of the things that you guys shared with me never got back to you. Why? Because I don't sit back and I don't gossip to people about you. I don't do that, peoples. I just keep things in the general terms, and that's it. Case in point, Island Girl. I didn't know Island Girl from God knows when, but she came to my chat, and she spoke about the Kenneka Jenkins case. She told you about what her experience was, and so on and so forth. People tried to dox her, and all of this, that, and the other. But still, today, many of you don't even know what Island Girl looked like. Many of you people don't even know, nothing about her. Now, some of you may have found her her channel and things, but even on that channel is limited to what you can see. But see, Island Girl is very smart, so never discount that girl, because even today, and it's been 7 years, peoples, and you guys still don't have no information upon her, other than all you know, her name is Island Girl. That's it. And that's the way she wants it. And that's the way I'm keeping it, because I haven't shared nothing about her to nobody, period. Because it's none of your business. Now, if she wanted me to share it, then she would say, Ever Joseph, tell the world about me. Let them know what I do. Let them know if I have kids or not. Let them know if I'm married or not. Let them know if I'm single or whatever the case may be. Let them know whatever. I never did that. And you know why I never did that, people? Because it's called integrity. Integrity. If I call you a friend, that's what you are. And if you do anything to betray that, well, then you're never going to get close to me like that ever again. And it's not that I won't politic with you. It's just that you won't be as close to me like you once were. All you need to do is just betray me once, peoples. And I'm going to treat you differently forever and a day. Because if I don't do to you what you do to me, why do you do to me what I won't do to you? The Bible says, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So if I'm not going around spreading your business or backstabbing you or doing this, that, and the other, why are you doing it to me? Why? And when you do it to me, I'm going to treat you with a long stick. You will never, ever be close to me like that ever again. Period. Period. And that's just the way that it is. I won't hold any grudges up against you. I will love you unconditionally. I'll still politic with you. I'll still speak with you and things like that. But you will never know my darkest secrets. And some of that I have shared with you all. Some things, some personal things in my life. It's never got back to me. That lets me know that you're an honorable person, that I can trust you, that I can love you, and that I can reveal even more if it ever comes down to that. But some of you, man, I can't trust with even a silver goddamn spoon, because you eat it up and then you go and you feed that to every goddamn body, the same goddamn spoon. And now you're infecting all of these people because everybody is licking off the same spoon that you're feeding them with. And that's sick. I tell you one thing, people, and then I'm gonna go ahead with what I have to do. One thing was several things I cannot stand. The first thing I cannot stand is a disrespectful child. My children is never disrespectful. I cannot stand a disrespectful child. And if your child comes to me disrespectfully, you better pray to heaven that I don't get to them before you do. I'm old school. And if they have to put some silver clamps upon my wrist, well, then that's fine. But I will give that child a lesson that that child will never, ever forget. You don't disrespect your elders. I teach my son that. If somebody disrespecting you, you tell me, I'm there. Now, when I say that I will give that child a lesson that they won't forget, I won't put my hands up on people, so I won't beat them down unless they hit me. Now it's a different story. But if they're coming with me assaults and verbal and stuff, oh man, you know me, I got something to say. And I have a voice that will resonate and that will even bring down the most honorary person. See, I have a voice that pierces and I command respect. And I will embarrass the out of that child in a major way, and that child will never be the same again. See, that's that sergeant in me. That's that military background that was still in me. You know, when you go into boot camp and the sergeant say, "Get on your knees." What would they call them? Private and all like this and stuff. Get on your knees and give me 15 push-ups and stuff. And you know, they're constantly hollering at them and things. Well, that's what was instilled in me. It's not to say that my parents hollered at me and things, you know, but my family got it from my uncles and aunties and stuff, you know, so it's in my genetics. But I've learned how to and when to go about in doing, you know, these things and stuff. So, you know, I'm not a bad person, people. It's like a lot of you try to proclaim and things. I'm an easygoing person. My thing is just simply this. Treat me how you want to be treated, and then we'll be the best of best. But when you come with disrespect, that's my second thing. And that goes with you all. When you come to me with disrespect, because I will never disrespect you first off. I'll never come to you and disrespect you. I'll never do that. You have to be the one to initiate that, and then I will take it from there. I cannot stand a disrespectful person, period. That irritates the F out of me to no end. You want to get on my bad side real quick? Come in and disrespect me. You won't be my enemy, but I'm going to treat you a different way. And you didn't. If you keep coming in like that, well, now you're on my radar, and every opportunity that I see you, I'm going to have something to say about you. You started it, and so my thing has always been, people's. Never start anything that you cannot finish. If you started it, I'm going to finish it. You don't like it, don't start it. Don't start no stuff. It won't be no stuff. Period. That's just the way that I am. I'm not vindictive or anything like that. I measure my response and things, as you guys see. But don't play with me. It's the wrong thing to do. I'm the wrong fella to play with. The wrong fella to play with. And if you want the beef, I'll give you the beef. I will go to the extreme. But it takes time to go to the extreme. But I will, if necessary, you know, just to give you a greater understanding that I mean business. I'm all about business, peoples, you know. Don't play with me. Now you can try to play with my intelligence, but I'm too smart for that. You can't woo me with seduction, and you can't woo me with your words. You can't woo me in thinking that I'm going to be like a bone that's wagging its tail looking for a biscotti. And a biscotti is a dog bone. Don't play with my intelligence, peoples, because see, I have ways of dancing around you and making you look stupid without even calling your name out. And I do it all the time. So don't come in disrespectful. Don't play with my intelligence. And don't start nothing that you can't accept in return. And if you follow that with Edward Joseph, well, then we will be the best of best. But if you violate any of those, well, then you're going to see a whole side of me that you don't want to see. And it is what it is. That's what it is. All right, peoples, I had to empty myself. I had to get that out, but I had to have a teachable moment for each and every one of you so you can get some insight as to who I am and why I do the things that I do. So there won't be no mystery. So when you hear things about Edward Joseph that did not come out of his mouth, well, then go back and reflect upon the things of what I had said and balance that, and then see whether or not that is something that you can believe. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? You know, it is what it is. All right, people. So let's dive into this. Let's dive into this, peoples. Again, I've always told you, peoples, that I'm only going to go by what they said. It's not what I said, it's what they said. I need you to get that. I need you to really understand that. It's what they said. It ain't what I am saying. It's what they said. So if you need to go back and you need to refresh yourself, or if you need to do a little bit more research, get a hold and grasp of what they said. Even if you need to take notes, go back and refresh on what they said, because what they said is very important whenever you talk about this case. Now, let's listen to what Jeffrey Feiger said, peoples. And whatever Joseph said is what he said. Let's go.
Wandering in the Crown Plaza Hotel on the early morning hours of September 9th. Why and how, although video surveillance cameras clearly indicate that Kenneka was wandering into an area under construction that had a operating walk-in freezer and cooler, and why and how, in spite of the fact that Kenneka's family and friends were at the hotel from the moment she disappeared until the moment her body was found.
Did you hear what he said? Kenneka Jenkins' family was at the Crown Plaza at the time to when she disappeared till the moment that she was found. But she was never found, peoples, because she was never lost. The only thing, the only way that you can find some things is if a person was lost. She was never lost. She was never lost, peoples. Understand that. She was never lost. So if she was never lost, she cannot be found. They knew where she was. Understand that, peoples. They knew where she was. She was never lost. And the family was there at the time to when she came up missing to at the time to when she was found, meaning that the family knew the play. Peoples, this is what he said. It ain't what I said. In the first 28 minutes, peoples, the first minute and 28 seconds, he had said that, and let's go back right here.
9th, 2017. The facts and circumstances regarding Kenneka's death are not entirely clear. That's primarily because there have been no adequate answers given for why or how Kenneka was not identified or found.
Okay, did you hear what he said? Identified or found. There has never been no adequate answers, peoples. But then he goes on to say that Kenneka's family, and he put emphasis upon that. Kenneka's family was there at the point in time to when Kenneka came up missing, to when Kenneka was what? Found. But what did he just say? There has been no adequate answers of Kenneka being identified or what? Found. You guys are not listening to me. They did not identify Kenneka, and she was not found, peoples. Because if she was found, they could have given good, adequate answers to the questions as to why Kenneka came up missing in the first place. I had asked you the question, peoples. How did Kenneka get out of Irene's life? Well, I couldn't get no adequate answers to that. And it's basically what he's saying. She was never identified or found. They couldn't get no adequate answers. That's what he said, right? So why are you getting mad at me? Because I am pointing out what he said, and I am only reiterating what he had said, because I've been asking the questions forever and a day. I asked you all, peoples, every last one of you, I asked you one simple question. Who was that girl that was taken out of the freezer? Was that Kenneka? I couldn't get a adequate answer to that question, peoples. 3 pictures I posted up. One of the young lady in the freezer, which was Kenneka. It took me some years to figure that out, but yes, that is Kenneka Jenkins. To the young lady that was taken out of the freezer and on the gurney. And from the video, it looks like she's decomposed, peoples. To where she looks like on the gurney at a so-called funeral home that Teresa Martin said that this is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. To the girl in the casket at the actual funeral. All of those pictures look different. But 3 pictures look intact. One in the freezer, one on the gurney that was supposed to be at the funeral home, and one that was supposed to be in the casket. But even with the one in the casket, I still have reservations with that, whether that is really Kenneka. But you guys said it is. Okay, well, that's what you say. I don't say that. But if you believe it is, then believe that it is. Prove it. But the girl on the gurney, taken out of the freezer, when we clearly seen crystal clear, peoples, that the girl that was taken out of the freezer on the gurney, she looks decomposed. And I've already shown you, because I have filmed many funerals, and I've shown you I was in the balcony and I had filmed my son's grandmother's funeral, and I zoomed in on the body. Her face never changed. It never looked distorted, even when I zoomed in from a greater distance than what the surveillance video had taken of the young lady's body who was taken out of the freezer. It never changed. And then another man, same thing, same scenario, was in the balcony, zoomed in, the facial features, it never changed, peoples. That camera that was mounted up on that wall, and I've shown you the things last night. When you look at the officers' faces, you cannot distinguish the officers' faces because it looks distorted. But you can tell the officers by the attire that they were wearing, right? But that camera was close enough to get a good, wholesome, clear-cut shot of the young lady who was brought out and placed on a gurney. No computer manipulations, no nothing, peoples. And you see that she was decomposed. Why isn't that the people can explain why she looked decomposed? Was that Kenneka? You telling me that that's Kenneka in the hallway? I'm telling you it's not, because I've clearly shown you on last night video, peoples, that the young lady that got out the elevator, she has a black stripe thing on the shirt or whatever she was wearing. It's a black line, and it's a V-shaped line. Kenneka never had that on the type of bra that she was wearing. You clearly seen that on the girl who got off the elevator. I've shown you that. I slowed it down in slow motion. Go watch the live on last night. I shown you that the girl has on a black watch and a black scrunchie walking the halls of that establishment. Kenneka has on a gray watch. No people would just go and bring two watches and interchange watches. Kenneka is a creature of habit. So you can't tell me that that was Kenneka walking the halls when the accessories that that person had on did not match that of what Kenneka was wearing. And then I went further with there was two jackets. The jackets didn't match. The pants didn't match. The hair didn't match. You never seen a crystal clear picture of Kenneka Jenkins in no hallway. Just because you feel that that is Kenneka, that doesn't mean to me, what is that saying? Just because you're telling me that, just because you think that's Kenneka, you ain't giving me no substantial proof that that is actually Kenneka. You're not giving me anything. But yet, unequivocally and undeniably, peoples, I am showing you crystal clear that person did not have on a gray watch. Nowhere in the halls. Walking the halls of that establishment, peoples, they did not have a gray watch. When the girl walked into the kitchen, she never had on a gray watch. Well, goddammit, what is that telling you? It's telling you that another girl played Kenneka. And whatever video footage that the real Kenneka Jenkins was on, you never seen it. Oh my God, peoples, man. It is in your face. You can tell me until the cows come home. that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment. You can give me every conceivable narrative, mantra, commentary, whatever. You will never, ever convince me that that was Kenneka Jenkins walking the halls of that establishment with the video footage that they show. Because the accessories, the attire, and the hair doesn't match. It doesn't match, peoples. No matter how you try to twist it and turn it. I don't care about jumping times. I don't care how many times that they edit the video. I don't care how many times people pop in and out of the video. I don't care how many times that the mama, the sister, the brother, the friends, the establishment, the police, everybody say, oh, yes, that's her. Peoples, the pictures don't lie. The pictures don't lie. And I don't understand why you don't think that several people played Kenneka when I clearly show you several people played Kenneka. You tried to put Kenneka in TY's live. Explain it. How did it happen? You're trying to get Kenneka out of Irene's live. Explain it. How did it happen? I never, not once, ever said Kenneka was never in the hallway. I never said that. I never said that Kenneka was never in the kitchen. I never said that. I never said that Kenneka was never on the elevator or getting off the elevator. I never said that. What I did say was I don't agree with the premise of what they gave us, stating that Kenneka was staggering drunk in the hallway. That's what I said. I never said that France Cave. I never said that the beverage manager. I never said that any other person never did anything to Kenneka. I never said that. That's where you guys don't listen. You got to open up your ears and you got to shut your mouth and you got to open up your mind and you got to listen. I never said it. What I did say was I don't adopt the notion that Kenneka Jenkins was walking the halls of that establishment. That's what I said. And I said that I don't agree with this video footage that is Kenneka. How many times Edward Joseph has to say this before you people finally get it? Never, not once did I ever say Kenneka was never at the establishment, never in the hall, never on the elevator, or never in the kitchen. I never, ever, ever said that. I said I don't agree with the narrative of what the establishment is trying to push upon us, and that's Kenneka walking the halls of that establishment. You haven't proved it, and they haven't proved it. And so since you haven't proved it and they haven't proved it, in my mind, in my heart, in my eyes, in my mouth, it is not Kenneka. Is that all right, peoples? Do you finally get it now? Now, you heard what Jeffrey Feiger said. There has never been no adequate answers because the young lady who you guys call Kenneka has never been identified or found. Well, if she's never been identified or found, who in the hell is the girl walking the halls of that establishment? Who in the hell is the girl that walked into the kitchen? He's telling you she was never identified or found. There's never been no adequate answers. And none of you YouTubers, Facebookers, Instagrammers, Twitters, Rumbles, and all of the likes has never gave no adequate answer. Even Trey Gay couldn't even answer that. Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina could not answer that. And she even told you herself, you know, I am not justice for Kenneka. Let's go back and let's listen to what Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina had to say, peoples. I don't think that you get it, but I need you to get it. Because these are the YouTubers who's been speaking about this case forever and a day, and still today, peoples, they can't even explain to you because they don't believe it. And I've been telling you, and I've been telling you, and I've been telling you, and I'm going to continue to keep telling you until I can tell you. Let's listen in, peoples.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
She said she grew up 3 minutes from Rosemont.
If you give a little more,
God damn, they got me fucked up. She told me how she died, or where that she doesn't know the who or the why, but the hotel fucked up. Everybody kept saying, "Oh, the hotel moved her," and I kept saying, "Why? Why would they do that? That would be fucking up so big time." They fucked up big time. They found her, they freaked out, and they moved her, and they threw her in the freezer to try to make it look like an accident. And I got this information in exchange that I'll do the fucking interview with them. So you can't say nothing yet.
oh, yeah. Oh.
She said she grew up 3 minutes from Rosemont.
If you give a little more,
God damn, they got me fucked up. She told me how she died, or where that she doesn't know the who or the why, but the hotel fucked up. Everybody kept saying, "Oh, the hotel moved her," and I kept saying, "Why? Why would they do that? That would be fucking up so big time." They fucked up big time. They found her, they freaked out, and they moved her, and they threw her in the freezer to try to make it look like an accident. And I got this information in exchange that I'll do the fucking interview with them. So you can't say nothing yet.
Now, do you understand, peoples? Now let me go right here. Let me go right here. Let me show you something, peoples. Let me show you something maybe you didn't even see right here. Let me fast forward right about here. Missing persons report found with one shoe off, no trauma, cut on foot, exit entrance surveillance, motion activated camera. Mother said no to cell phone analysis. And then right here, friends receive death threats. They received death threats. So now that is significant, peoples. And this is Channel 2 News reporting this. They received death threats, peoples. This is Chicago CBS News. The friends received death threats. So, did the friends have to comply with the various things that was going on? Is that the reason why they lied? This is from the Chicago CBS News when they had reported upon this case, peoples. See, you're missing it. You're missing key elements, peoples. The mama said no to the cell phone analysis. So whatever was happening in Kenneka's phone, TM was totally denying it. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then look, the friends received death threats. They said no trauma. What do you mean no trauma? We seen on the picture of her on the gurney when her mom said, "This is how my babe looked." When I saw her at the funeral home, she has a cut on her by her lip. And then you seen bruising around her eyes and forehead. What do you mean that there's no trauma? What is it that you mean there's no trauma? But in the report of when they supposed to have taken Kenneka's body, none of that was identified. What are you saying, Edward Joseph? Well, I am saying what Jeffrey Feiger had said, peoples. She was never identified nor found. He said that in the beginning. So if that was not Kenneka because she wasn't identified or found, peoples, because nobody gave any adequate answers to that, well then, simply this of what I just said, peoples. How, peoples? How peoples? How could they ever say that that's Kenneka and the various things that we literally seen with our own eyes on a medical examiner's report that was taken from Rosemont doesn't match that of the young lady, Kenneka Jenkins, on the gurney? They never identified those markings on the medical examiner's report, peoples, the preliminary report. Do you understand what I'm saying? I hope what I'm saying is coming crystal clear to you now, peoples. Jeffrey Feiger told you from the beginning, and Edward Joseph is telling you now. So if she was never identified roaming the halls of that establishment, what are they saying? They're saying that that wasn't Kenneka. Because if there was ever any adequate answer saying, okay, yeah, that was Kenneka roaming the halls of that establishment, well, then he would have said so, but he did not say so. Because she wasn't identified. He just told you, peoples, she wasn't identified or found roaming the halls of that establishment. That's what he just told you. That's what he just told you. So what do you mean Kenneka was walking the halls of that establishment when there, and you can't even give any adequate answers as to what was stated? If you can't give adequate answers to the simplest questions that Edward Joseph is asking, what does that mean, peoples? What is it that you're telling me? You ain't telling me nothing. You ain't telling me nothing, peoples. See, this is why many of you fail, because you don't read, you don't listen, you don't watch, you don't look, you don't recall anything. I told you I have a memory like an elephant. I never forget. Now, let's go and listen to what Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina has said, because she told you she is not justice for Kenneka.
You know, I don't run around. Y'all don't hear me running around here saying I'm trying to fight for justice for Kenneka, because I'm not going to say I don't think that, you know, nothing wrong happened to her. I'm not saying that. I've said it many a times as well. I do not believe Kenneka locked herself in that freezer and laid down and died. I also don't believe that somebody put their hands on her to end her life on purpose, any kind of way, shape, or form. I don't run around here. Y'all don't hear me running around here saying I'm trying to fight for justice for Kenneka, because I'm not going to say I don't think that nothing wrong happened to her. I'm not saying that. I've said it many a times as well. I do not believe Kenneka locked herself in that freezer and laid down and died. I also don't believe that somebody put their hands on her to end her life on purpose.
Well, if nobody purposely put their hands on her to end her life, how in God's name did she get into the freezer? And you're saying that she didn't walk in there on her own accord. So how in the hell did she get to the freezer? See, people, you challenge the people and you hold the people account as to what they said. And that's what Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina had said. And she was in everybody's chat. She was in everybody's live. But that's what she said. You heard what she said. They told her how she died, and then she caught herself. But she told the people, but she said, you guys can't say anything because I need to do the interview first before anything can come out. Really? So what makes Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina so special? And what makes her so different from Gina McGill? They have two totally separate things that they had stated. And so it depends upon how you look at it. But see, Gina McGill makes some sense, and she's shown her proof. Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina don't make no sense. And she showed a lot of stuff that still don't make no sense. So who are you going to believe, peoples? Because the ghost is not busting. This is not Ghostbusters. The ghost is not busting, peoples. I mean, you guys want to discount Gina McGill, but Gina McGill had some actual factual truth to that of the Kenneka Jenkins case. She written books about it. She's getting paid for that of her findings. Don't get mad because she's doing way better than you. Don't get mad because she's written books. Don't get mad because she had commentary about this case more so than you did. What have you brought to the table? What information have you brought out that is actual, factual, and true that people can sit here and they can hang their hat up on? You never did. You never did. And see, people, because you never did, then what is it that you're going to say? What is it that you're going to say? You get mad at her because you don't agree with her narrative. And then you get mad at me because I don't agree with you. Well, just like Gina McGill had showed you some things that were Joseph showed you some things as well. But you closed mind because you just so big-headed that you just want to think about what you're saying and totally discount everything that I had said. That's fine. I'm still going to sit here and prove to you what I had said. So now let me get back to prove to you what I had said, peoples, and what I am showing. Let's get back to Jeffrey Fieger, peoples, and let's look at what Jeffrey Fieger had said, peoples, because I didn't say it, he did. And this is what Jeffrey Fieger said, peoples.
With answers given for why or how Kenneka was not identified or found wandering in the Crown Plaza Hotel.
Kenneka was not identified or found wandering into the Crown Plaza Hotel. Peoples, how do you interpret that? He's basically telling you it wasn't Kenneka. They never identified or found Kenneka wandering in the halls of that establishment. That is the attorney for TM stating that it wasn't Kenneka. How plain can you get? How plain can you get? He's told you nobody gave any adequate information. They couldn't even answer why or how Kenneka was not found wandering the halls of that establishment. What more does he need to say? He told you unequivocally and undeniably it wasn't Kenneka. How do you interpret that, peoples? He just told you it wasn't Kenneka. And just like the establishment can't give no reason why that wasn't Kenneka, you can't either. Boy, am I tearing it up. I see my peoples is in the house, so y'all let me go ahead and let me give a shout out. We've already shout out to Brazy. Hello, Mello. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mello said, and he's saluting. And then Honesty said, hello, Mello. I like that. Mellow, you know, it's just easy living, people's easy going. You know, I really get so excited when my peoples come in. Mellow, Brazy, Mariah Lavender, Honesty, Mildred Wilkins. I love it when my people come in and y'all come in and y'all showcase and y'all support, and then others. Well, the only reason why I'm not calling y'all because you're not here. And if I start calling out names, and then I'm going to get somebody, and then people are going to get all pissed off because why you didn't call my name? Well, then come to the chat, and then I'll call your name. Mello had said, "What's up, Honesty?" Hello, Mariah Lavender. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mariah Lavender has says, hello, Mr. Edward and everyone. Honesty has says, hey, Mariah. Hello, Mildred Wilkins. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mildred Wilkins says, hello, everyone. Have a blessed day. And people, you know I'm going to tell you, I truly look forward to Mildred Wilkins coming into the chat because Mildred Wilkins all the time coming in and blessing the chat. I love it. I love it. I love it when the people come in and give blessings to the chat. I love it. Honesty has says, hey, Mildred, have a blessed day as well. And see, you know, when given, it is reciprocated, peoples. Honesty has says, okay, hey, Mildred, have a blessed day. And she did it a double take. And then my friend, hello, Conspiracy Realist. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Conspiracy Realist says, hello, Edward in chat. Just dropping in to say hello. Hope all is well with you. Well, you know me, I'm always going to be here. I'm always going to shoot my shot. And that's what I'm doing. I'm shooting my shot. Always on point here. And then Conspiracy Realist says, preach that truth, Edward Joseph. Much love to you. Well, people, so I only can do what I can do. That's it. I mean, either you're going to accept it, you're going to reject it. I can't do no more than that. But I only can do what I do. And my friend Mello said, I am all ears, my peoples. All right, my peoples, I have addressed the chat. Now let's listen in to what Jeffrey Feiger had to say, peoples. He just told you that wasn't Kenneka because she hasn't been identified or found wandering the halls of that establishment. Let's go, peoples.
On the early morning hours of September 9th.
On the early morning hours of September the 9th, meaning that she was not there. It wasn't Kenneka that was wandering the halls on the early mornings of September the 9th. We got to put it in perspective, peoples. This is the conclusion to that of his statement. When you got the attorney saying that Kenneka wasn't wandering the halls of that establishment on a certain day, that's what he means. Let's go.
Why and how, although video surveillance cameras clearly indicate that Kenneka was wandering into an area under construction that had a operating walk-in freezer and cooler, and why and how, in spite of the fact that Kenneka's family and friends were at the hotel from the moment she disappeared until the moment her body was found.
Why or how Kenneka Jenkins' family was at the Crown Plaza at the time to when she disappeared to out the time to the moment that she was found. The family was there. The family was there.
Almost a full day later, more than a full day later. Why this tragedy unfolded.
A full day later, almost a full day later. So, meaning, peoples, it was less than what? 36 hours. A full day is only 24 hours. Less than a full day is less than 36 hours. It's less than 24 hours. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? They gave you video footage of 36 hours of madness that never shown Kenneka in any of that video footage, peoples. Not on that day. Do you get it now, peoples?
Kenneka, as you know, came to the hotel as a guest in the early morning hours of September the 9th. She apparently was intoxicated and wandered from the room and wandered throughout the hotel. Video surveillance at the hotel clearly shows Kenneka wandering throughout the hotel at approximately 3:30, and I'm not.
Okay, so now he's double talking because he just told you that that wasn't her wandering the halls of that establishment, but then he turns around and said that that is her wandering the halls of that establishment. But now get a load of the time that he said. He said that it was at the 3-something hour. Yeah, y'all heard what he said, right? He said it was at the 3-something hour. Is he mistaken? Let's listen in, peoples.
Hotel video surveillance at the hotel clearly shows Kenneka wandering throughout the hotel at approximately 3:30, and I'm not being exact. Video
at approximately 3:30, and he is not being exact. So first he tells you, oh no, that wasn't Kenneka wandering halls of that establishment. And then in the same breath, he's telling you, oh yes, that's Kenneka wandering halls of that establishment. That's just like Casey Cloyd Olvera Sanchez Medina saying, oh no, well, I don't believe anything happened to Kenneka, and I'm not fighting for justice for Kenneka. and I don't think anything has happened to her. But yet, Kenneka is found in a freezer. So, if nothing purposely happened to her, how did she get to the freezer? If she never had anything happen to her, well, why she got bruises all over her face? It's double talk, peoples. So on one hand, he's telling you nothing happened to Kenneka, and in the same breath, he's telling you something happened to Kenneka. And then he's giving you a timeline. He's not being exact, but he didn't say the 2 o'clock hour. He said the 3 o'clock hour. You heard what he said, right? I'm only showing you what he said. Now, peoples, let's go back here and let's listen to what Lenore had said, peoples. This is what Lenore had said, peoples. I know I posted it. So here, let me do this. Let me go back to. I think let me go back to my downloads.
Stop saying that she was drunk, because now it's a bunch of other videos. That's at 2:40. That's at 2:30. It's a lot of more videos coming out, and I have the video. See, she was fine. She was sitting there. She wasn't like this or none of that. So if y'all say she got lost at 2 somehow, she in a video. So she just sitting there. She talking. Because when the manager knocked on the door, whoever it was, Kenneka was one of the persons that went to the door and they say that was a manager. You see this in the video. So she was drunk and she had to come up missing around 3 something, not 2 something. It ain't adding up because we got like 5 more videos. So what they saying not adding up.
That's my favorite sister. I cannot live life knowing I'll never see her.
If you've seen her going to a freezer or being carried to a freezer, then you need to prove that.
Jenkins' family says she was at the hotel with some friends at a party, but around 4:30 Saturday morning, the friends called to say they couldn't find Jenkins, but had her cell phone and truck keys.
It had to be something within that room that happened, because they walked in the hotel at 1:13, and they seen at 2 something. That's when they realized that she was lost. That's not adding up.
We saw her on the video at 3:20 a.m. in the morning, staggering. His exact words. She was so drunk, so she couldn't hold herself up. She was holding on to the wall. She summoned into the refrigerator, then she closed the door behind her. Me, I feel like they helped kill my child. The police department and this hotel.
Okay, so now you heard all of the different time frames. First Lenore goes on and say, "Oh yeah, Kenneka, she was missing at around 2 something." Then she goes on and changes it, and she said, "Oh no, Kenneka is missing around 3 something." And then TM goes on to say, "Oh yeah, Kenneka, we seen her get out the elevator at 3:20." But then now you Jeffrey Feiger saying that, "Oh, Kenneka came up missing about 3 something." I mean, who do you believe? Who is it that you believe, peoples? Because Jeffrey Feiger told you that wasn't Kenneka walking the halls of that establishment in the very beginning, but then in the same breath, he goes on to say, yeah, that was Kenneka walking the halls of that establishment. I caught that, peoples. So I'm saying, well, first, why are you telling us that wasn't Kenneka, and then you turn around and tell us that is Kenneka? Really? But I can't make it up, peoples. That's what he said. And I told you, I'm only going to show you what he said. Now let's go back and let's listen into what he said.
Video surveillance shows her entering a kitchen area that's under construction. That's the Murray Brothers Caddy Shack restaurant that's now been open since that time.
That is the Murray Brothers Caddy Shack that has been open at that time. So what did I tell you, peoples? I said that Kenneka, in the beginning, that they said was found in the rear by the dock area. I told you many times before that the Caddy Shack was in the rear by the dock area. Let me go and let me show you what Tiff had said, peoples. This is what Tiff had said. Didn't mean to do that, people. So let me go ahead and right here. Kenneka found in the dock area. Okay, so let me share my screen. Because I click on any of those, then it's going to all come up. So let me see here. I'm going to click on it. Right here. Now let's look at this, peoples. Okay, no, okay. Well, let me share it a different way, peoples, because this is not cooperating. All right, let me try this one more time. All right, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
Was Kenneka Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, people's chat?
That's what they said from the beginning.
Come on, Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kenneka Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But people, what did I say? I said we are true fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dark area. What is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
They
in the
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dark area.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we've watched as Donald Trump has specifically targeted law firms in an effort to get them to capitulate.
Was Kenneka Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, people? Chat?
That's what they said from the beginning.
Come on, Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kenneka Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But people, what did I say? I said we are true fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area. They found her in the dock area. We're going to get back to Jeffrey Feiger, peoples, but I want to share this live with you that I have found of a person who had did a little bit of investigating and things, and they have did exactly what I had did and stuff. So let me share this live with you, peoples. This is the reason why I said, and Jeffrey Feiger had said from the beginning, that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. And then you're going to see why that is, people. So let me share this live right here. Let's go. So what they're showing you, peoples, is the metadata that was actually the pictures taken from the Crown Plaza, not downloaded from the Crown Plaza, but taken from the Crown Plaza, and you can clearly see that those photos was taken on September the 6th, 2017, people. Photos was taken at the Crown Plaza on September the 6th, 2017. From the website.
What do you mean?
These photos were placed in the Kenneka Jenkins files and then deleted, some never to be seen again, some altered by blurring out, removing things, well, basically changing the actual photo that you never do. Why would they cover up what is real? But more relevant, why are the dates September the 6th and September the 7th nefarious? And so there you have it right there, peoples. There you have it right there. And so they had did what I had did, peoples. And that is what I have been trying to explain to the people for the longest time. That you can go ahead and you can look at the metadata from that of what they have shown you off of their website, peoples. Clear as daylight. Clear as daylight. I did the same thing. Okay. So now if there's any question, peoples, well then again, I had took the pictures and I was on their website when I had checked the metadata of the pictures and stuff. And it clearly showed you that those pictures was taken on the 7th. Now, I don't know where she got the 6 from, but from when I did it, it clearly showed the 7th. Now, I guess the pictures that were shown on the 6th was of the freezer. But as far as is concerned with Kenneka, those pictures was taken on the 7th of her and not the 6th. Is a car crash? Oh my God. All right, people. Let me do this. I'm gonna go look at this car crash real quick. Let me go and show Jeffrey Feiger. And I'm still listening as well. But now, for all of you people who did not believe that those pictures was taken on the 6th or the 7th, well, there's the proof right there because I did the same thing. And I took it right directly straight off of the Crown Plaza. I did not download it at the time to when I checked the metadata. I've only checked the what everybody's sending me. I've only checked the metadata while it was on the Crown Plaza website. All right. So people, so let me go ahead. Let me share my screen. Let me go back to Jeffrey Feiger and what he was saying, peoples. So all I'm doing is just showing you my findings, people, so you can have a crystal clear cut understanding as to what I have been trying to convey forever and a day. So you don't be to the degree to where you won't understand what I'm saying. I'm showing you. I'm trying to find a video, but I don't want to click on it because I don't want to open up all of these tabs and things. So let me go. Okay, here it is right here. All right, let's finish watching Jeffrey Feiger.
That kitchen, the door was unsecured. The walk-in freezer and refrigerator were obviously unlocked. And at some point, Kenneka walked into the freezer. The door closed behind her, and over a period of hours, she froze to death. What's very concerning is that we have evidence that at some point, because she was clearly on video surveillance, at some point that somebody secured the doors to the kitchen area and to the freezer compartment where she died. These photographs first of all show, this is the construction site into the kitchen. And this was taken after her body was found, but there's clearly the ability to lock the entire kitchen off. And this was taken by a member of the family. However, what's most concerning also is that the freezer door has a lock on it. This is a lock that you can prevent somebody from the inside from getting out if it's pressed. And we believe that it's very possible that this door, for reasons that we cannot explain, without ever looking in the freezer, someone came and locked this freezer door.
Okay, so people, do you see what I'm saying? That freezer door is totally different to the freezer door that Kenneka was found in. That freezer door is totally different. The outer perimeter of that door is totally different. So what does that tell you? That tells you that it was two separate people. Two separate people, because he is describing an incident that didn't happen with Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Because Kenneka Jenkins was found in the rear by the dock area. But when they said that she was found in a freezer, they didn't show you this particular freezer. They showed you the freezer on the upper level. And where they make the mistake, peoples, is when they had showed you a video of a person impersonating Kenneka walking herself in the trajectory of a freezer. Do you guys get it now? It was never Kenneka that was ever in the freezer. Because in the beginning, she was never in the freezer. She was found in the rear by the dock area, by the caddy shack. And if you can recall, TM had told you that. Do you get it now, people? Now do you get the understanding? Do you guys finally get it now? Two totally separate freezers, peoples. Two totally separate freezers. This is why I keep telling the people, you got to look at everything and you got to incorporate everything. You can't leave nothing out. You can't take bits and pieces of this case and then try to bring validity to it. You can't do it, people. It's not going to work. This is TM's attorney, and he's telling you this is a totally different freezer from that of what Kenneka was shown in, peoples. Not found in, but was shown in. And I told you from the beginning, Kenneka Jenkins was found in the rear by the caddy shack, by the dock area. In that freezer that we see is that, I mean, that kitchen that we see is where they would do our building for the caddy shack. And the dock area is right there, peoples. They told you she was never found in the freezer. She was found in the rear by the dock area, by the caddy shack. There you have it, peoples. Now let's listen in, peoples.
So that Kenneka could not exit the door. Now, there have not been adequate answers that have been provided by the Crown Plaza Hotel. We have the police report. We have what they've described to us as the video, and the most revealing place on the video is that we see Kenneka entering this kitchen that it was under construction at 3:30. We know that the Crown Plaza and the security company knew that she was missing at that very time, that they were reporting to the family that they were doing their best to find her. All they had to do was look on the video, and they would see that Kenneka was wandering the hotel, and they would see that she had wandered into the kitchen. There is.
And so then there it is, people. So that's why you see the glitches in things in the video footage. But it wasn't Kenneka. It wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, people. Well, with all of the glitches in the video footage, that's the thing that I was telling Brazy on last night. It wasn't Kenneka who was walking the halls. You say it was. I'm telling you it wasn't. You proved to me that that's her. He can't prove to me that that's her. I said, and I proved to him last night, look at the chest area and then look at the black watch that she was wearing. Kenneka wasn't wearing a black watch. So no matter how you try to talk about it or try to analyze it and stuff, Kenneka was not wearing a black watch. So that got him to thinking, it's like, well, let me go back and let me look at the videos again. Okay, well, look at the videos. I told you, I already looked at the videos and I told you what I see. And it wasn't Kenneka. Clear as daylight, it wasn't Kenneka. So you can argue me up and down, but I know I'm right. When you see the girl walk off the elevator, she doesn't have a gray watch. She's not wearing a gray watch. She's wearing a black watch. And it's been stated, according to him, is that Tanisha had the same type of black watch that was found in evidence. And it was stated that Tanisha was playing Kenneka. Well, I don't doubt that at all, peoples. I told you several girls played Kenneka. But it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins. As you can see, peoples. Let's go back and let's listen into what Jeffrey Feiger had to say, peoples.
No explanation that we've received at this time why Crown Plaza, why the security company, and why the Caddyshack Murray Brothers restaurant didn't do anything for nearly a day and a half, and that her body supposedly lay there until it was allegedly discovered, I believe, at about 12:30 a.m. the next day. And by the way,
okay, so did you hear what he said? Why they didn't do anything for a day and a half? Why they didn't do anything for a day and a half? But why her body laid there allegedly until 12:30 the next day? But why they but listen to what he said. He said why they didn't do anything for a day and a half. Why did they not do anything for a day and a half? That is the key. That is the key right there, peoples. Why didn't they do anything for a day and a half? What do you mean, Jeffrey Feiger? It wasn't a day and a half. It wasn't a day and a half, according to the video footage, when they found Kenneka. But yet, according to the video footage, it was only just the very next day. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? See, you got to listen, peoples. He just told you, and he's giving you little tidbits. Why didn't they do anything for a day and a half? What do you mean? Why did they do anything for a day and a half? Because Kenneka was in that freezer for a day and a half. The real Kenneka Jenkins was in that freezer for a day and a half. That is why she is decomposed on the gurney. He just told you what happened to Kenneka. You're not listening. He just told you, why did they not do anything for a day and a half, peoples? He just told you. But you just totally bypassed what he said, and you're going with your own narrative. You're going with your own views as to how you perceive things has went about. But he just spilled the beans right there. He just told you, why didn't they do anything for a day and a half? That was the key right there. You don't listen. This is the attorney saying that. Now, do you actually think that this man don't know what he's talking about, peoples? He's telling you the truth. He's giving you the real truth. He's giving you the real facts. But then he's also turning it around and he's lying. He's double speaking. He's telling you what really happened, but then he's telling you what they want him to say. Let's listen in, peoples.
Nearly a day and a half, and that her body supposedly lay there until it was allegedly discovered, I believe, at about 12:30 a.m. the next day. And by the way, then her body stayed there for nearly 5 hours while the family waited to find out what had happened to Kenneka. So we expect to get all that information during this pretrial discovery process. The complaint's been filed. The defendants have an opportunity now to answer the complaint. And we will get in due time a full incident reports filed by these defendants plus their insurance companies. We'll get the videotape. They say they've given it to us, but we want to make sure we have all of it. We will get all of their reports, and we'll be able to take the testimony of the security guards and all the Crown Plaza employees so that we fully understand why this tragedy occurred and how it can be prevented. What's most concerning about this case right now from our perspective is the Crown Plaza knew immediately, not many hours later, immediately. She was reported by her friends and then her family, and her family was there at the Crown Plaza on at least 3 occasions, camping out to the point where the Crown Plaza called the police on the family because the family was so concerned about Kenneka's whereabouts. Why, under these circumstances, when Kenneka is clearly visible on security cameras, walking into an area where she was eventually found later frozen to death, what happened at this point? That's a mystery that will unfold during the processes. It'll generally take several years to resolve this case, and I appreciate it. If you've got any questions, I'll be free to answer them, and Teresa would be available to answer just briefly any questions you have.
Mr. Fire, could you explain the mechanism on the freezer again?
Sure. This is right here is a lock. It can be pressed down and it can secure the door, preventing anybody from the inside from exiting. It would effectively lock this door. And we believe that that door may have been locked from the outside because there's no other explanation why her body wasn't discovered. It's very possible that security people at the hotel knew she was missing, just looked into the kitchen under construction,
Now you see what he just said, people. See, this is the thing right here. This is what I've been trying to tell many of you forever and a day. He just told you that the security had knew immediately that she was missing. They knew that immediately that she was missing. This is a different freezer than that of what Kenneka Jenkins was found in. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they knew immediately. He told you in the beginning that Kenneka was not identified nor found. There was never no adequate answers given. But this is where they effed up, peoples, because see, when Andrew Holmes told you that he seen the baby down on a lower level and trying to find her way up, that was the first video footage. That was the first real video footage. And then the reenactment comes in. Now we have this girl, and we have this girl wandering the halls of that establishment. But instead of being stayed on the lower level, she's on the upper level. So what is that telling you? Andrew Holmes been telling you the truth. What is that telling you? That is telling you that it is two different girls. Two different girls. Because this right here is not the freezer that the real Kenneka Jenkins was found in. This was on the lower level. This was the freezer that they had shown you, peoples, in the pictures from what the video of what I had just shown you, peoples, where the people had clearly shown you from the metadata from the establishment that those pictures was taken on the 7th. I don't know where they got the 6 from, but I guess the 6 was from taking a picture of the freezer. But that the pictures of her lying in state at the establishment was on the 7th. Let me go and play that video again, people. Let me go and play that video again. Y'all hold on. Right here. This is exactly what I did. I did not take the pictures and download the pictures from the Crown Plaza until I had done this first. Now, this is the video of the people taking the metadata from the website. As you can see what they're doing right there, and they're showing you. The pictures was taken at the Crown Plaza, and this was from the website, and the pictures was dated on the 7th. Now I know theirs is not as clear, but mine is crystal clear, and I'm going to find that video. I did the same thing that they did. I did not download the pictures. I just checked the metadata from that of what they were showing. Now here's the freezer right here, but this is the inside of the freezer. It's a big corridor, and it's a freezer, and then it's a cooler. This was the area to where the young lady was found in, not Kenneka Jenkins peoples. And then they're showing you how these pictures was taken on the 7th. Clear as daylight. Well, and Jeffrey Feiger had told you from the beginning, there's no adequate answers as to why Kenneka was not identified or found wandering the halls of that establishment. And this was the original pictures that was on their website until they came and they changed the pictures and they blurred out the pictures. They're going to explain it at the end of this video. There you see the bite marks on her. but the bite mark it is not showing on her breast. It's showing on her side. Now, this is their disclaimer. What did they say? They said that these photos placed in the Kenneka Jenkins files and then deleted. Why did they delete it, peoples? Because it's showing you exactly what happened to Kenneka. It says some never to be seen again, some altered by blurring out and removing things as well, basically changing the actual photo that you never do. Why would they cover up that what is real? But more relevant, why are these dates September the 6th and the 7th nefarious? As you can see, peoples, I wasn't the only one who did that. Other people had did the same thing that I had done. Did you guys see the video? Or did you guys see, or did I ever change my screen? I didn't share my screen. I was just talking to it. Let me share my screen, people, so you guys can clearly see the video. Okay, this is the video. Let me walk through it again. I've already explained it. Let me explain it again. This is exactly what I did, and I did it from their website because I knew that if you download it, okay, there you see it right there on your screen. They took it from their website. This is their website right here. As you can see, these are the original photos, people, until they had Photoshopped all of that shit. This is the original photo right here. Clear as day. You can clearly see the bruising. You can clearly see the decomposition that's happening. You can clearly see the specks of blood all everywhere on the floor and stuff. And you can clearly see that these pictures was taken on the 7th. I did the same thing. And then here's the freezer that the young lady was found in, that Jeffrey Feiger is explaining to you. But there's more pictures to this, because this is not the actual freezer. There's another compartment that leads to this. And that is the door that the young lady that Jeffrey Feiger is showing the door of. Now, these are the original photos. You see the blood and stuff all over on the body, on the pants and things, until it was photoshopped and cleaned up. This is the original, the original photos, peoples. And I have all of the original photos. They're all in my lives. I did the same thing. This is the original photos, peoples. Right here. And it was taken on the 7th. And then if you heard what Jeffrey Feiger said, why didn't they do nothing for a day and a half? That was key. I'm going to play that back. I'm going to play that part of the live back. You see the bite mark. The bite mark is on her side, peoples. It's on her side.
What do you mean?
And this one, they covered the breast because they had one on the breast too. The first one was on her side. The other one was on her breast. Now, this is what they said. These photos were placed in the Kenneka Jenkins files and then deleted. Why did they delete it? Because they did not want you to see. And people like me had did the same thing that these people had did. Took and looked at the metadata of when these photos was actually taken from their website. They said that these photos were placed in the Kenneka Jenkins files and then deleted. Some never to be seen again. Some altered by blurring out and removing. Well, what do you see with all of this video footage of the so-called Kenneka walking the halls at that establishment? You can never get a crystal clear cut picture of her because why? They blurred out the picture. They blurred out the face. They cleaned it up. They altered it. It says the Kenneka Jenkins files and then deleted. Some never to be seen again. Some altered by blurring out, removing things as well, basically changing the actual photo. Changing the actual photo, peoples. That you never do. Why would they cover up what is real? I have been telling you guys that for the longest time. I know what I did. I'm a videographer and photographer. I've been doing this shit for over 20 years, peoples. I've been telling you, and I've been showing it on the live many times over. Nobody wanted to listen to Edward Joseph, but somebody, thank you, Jesus, had the wherewithal to go and do the exact same thing that I did from their website. And then look what they said. It says, but more relevant, why are the dates September the 6th and September the 7th? And then they said nefarious. Peoples, the evidence is in your face. That is proof positive right there. And it ain't my video. Now let's go back to look at what Jeffrey Feiger had said, peoples, because this is what Jeffrey Feiger had said. And I just pointed this out to you.
Allegedly discovered, I believe, at about 12:30 a.m. the next day. And by the way, then her body stayed there for nearly 5 hours while the family, all they had to do was look on the video and they would see that Kenneka was wandering the hotel and they would see that she had wandered into the kitchen. There is no explanation that we've received at this time why Crown Plaza, why the security company, and why the Caddyshack Murray Brothers restaurant didn't do anything for nearly a day and a half, and that her body supposed.
Did you hear what he said? Let me play that again.
Plaza, why the security company, and why the Caddyshack Murray Brothers restaurant didn't do anything for nearly a day and a half.
Didn't do anything for nearly a day and a half. Peoples, they already knew. But they didn't do anything for a day and a half. Peoples, from the 8th to the 9th is not a day and a half, peoples. From the time to when she was missing, you don't count the time beforehand, you count the time to when she's missing. So if she's missing from the 9th, you count it from the time to when she was missing to the time she was found. So from the time that she was missing to the time she was found, peoples, it wasn't a day and a half. Now listen to what he says. Let me rewind that, people, so you can hear for yourself what he said.
Received at this time why Crown Plaza, why the security company, and why the Caddyshack, Crown Plaza and the security company knew that she was missing at that very time, that they were reporting to the family that they were doing their best to find her. All they had to do was look on the video.
Peoples, that is indicative of the fact that there is video footage that we never seen. All they had to do was look at the video footage. Andrew Holmes was correct when he was telling you baby was downstairs there on the lower level. It wasn't Kenneka. I told you there were two girls that was playing. There were several girls that was in the play that ended up losing their lives. But there was many girls who played Kenneka. Andrew Holmes was correct when he said that baby was downstairs. But it wasn't Kenneka. That is in this video footage that you guys are seeing. Now, was it Kenneka on the original video footage, peoples? It could very well be. It could very well be. Do you understand what I'm saying now? I had told you, I've never said that Kenneka was never in the halls. I never said Kenneka was never in that kitchen. I never said that Kenneka never got out the elevator. I never said that. What I did say is Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. And when I say that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment, what I am saying is clearly this. I don't agree with the narrative of what they're showing with this so-called 36 hours of video madness, stating that that was Kenneka walking the halls. Now, was that of what Andrew Holmes had seen? The original, the real Kenneka Jenkins walking the halls on the lower level? That could very well may be, peoples, but we would never see that video footage. This whole scenario could have actually played out, but not in the sense to where they're trying to give to us. It's what I'm trying to tell you. I never said Kenneka was never in the halls. I said she never walked the halls based upon what we have been given. Because I never adopted this narrative, peoples. I never adopted this. Now, when you do your investigation like I did, and I remember the things that he had said, he said that the Caddyshack, the Murray brothers, and all of these people and stuff, the security, they knew, but they didn't do anything for a day and a half. And so because they didn't do anything for a day and a half, now you can clearly see why that body is so decomposed on the gurney, because she died on the 7th. She died on the 7th, not the 9th. And if the body is in there for at least several days from the 7th up until the 10th to when they were supposed to have found her, well, yes, she is decomposed. And it makes so much goddamn sense. The goddamn videos do not lie, peoples. Leave no witness has shown you unequivocally and undeniably, peoples, that when they took that body out of the freezer, she was decomposed. But you saw the state of what the body looked like versus these pictures of what they're showing now. Let me go back, peoples. We're going to go back to him, but let me go back to that video, peoples. Let me go back to the video right here, and let me share this tab right here. Let me go back to these pictures right here, peoples, so you can clearly see for yourself, peoples. Look at the condition of the body right here. Look at the condition of the body. You see that? Look at the condition of the body right there, peoples, clearly in your face. See that? Now, when we take that and then we go and we look at these pictures that they did later, because again, they cleaned it up. They cleaned up the pictures and stuff. Let's look at the so-called original pictures that they gave us. Now, let's look at that. Let's look at that versus the original pictures that was taken directly from the website. A big goddamn difference, peoples. Y'all see that? No, you can't see the other picture. Let me share my screen a different way. I said, let me share my screen a different way, people. So let me share my screen a different way. I'm put to show you, peoples. So you can have a crystal clear cut understanding for yourself. So there won't be no confusion, because I know what the fuck I'm talking about, because I've been doing this shit for over 20 years. Look at the goddamn pictures, peoples, right here. Look at her body. That's what happens when you're exposed in the goddamn freezer. You see that? Look at the position of her body close to the door and stuff. You can see the markings and everything. You can see the flash. You see that? Okay. Now let's look at this right here. Same markings. But look how crystal clear that is, peoples. Big difference, huh? So what is that telling you, peoples? The original pictures is crystal clear. Over time, peoples, now you start to see the bruising, because now the body has been in there for quite some time. You see that? You see where they said right here, it says these are the real photos right here. See that they got the indication, it says real. These are the real photos, peoples. But this is what the body looks like over a period of time. See the big difference? See what they give you to what has actually, and the body is not going to look like this just from straight, the body is not going to look like this, peoples, just, right off the bat. You're not going to see no bruising like this right off the bat. But notice the difference in angles, and notice the difference in the flash and things. You see that? Because this is the crack of her ass right here, but this is the side of the tattoo. But this is in the upper part of the body right here. Let me go back to the other picture. See that? See that? This is showing this area right here. And then right there is where you see the crack of the ass. And right there is where you see the crack of the ass. See that? But the bruising is all right here to where it's all exposed, peoples. You see that? Because you can tell, because right here, down here, where you see that little white thing, that is the tab of the pants right here. And so the lighting doesn't even match the lighting right here. This happens when they originally took the pictures when she first died. This happens after, when the bruising set in, for when she has sat into that freezer for some time. She is decomposing, peoples, as you can clearly see. You see that? I hope this is giving you a greater understanding. That's why they kept moving the body. Why did they take these pictures, peoples? Well, it's just the same reason why you got to ask, why did they take these pictures? Why did they take this picture? Because it was a period of time. And I got to wait till these pictures load up. But they're loading up. I got to get some of these videos off my computer so my computer run a little faster. So I get paid this week or next week, and then I'm going to buy me a new hard drive so I can hook up to my computer and get all of this video off my computer. And so you can tell right here, people. So when you want to try to challenge me, well, then I need you to answer this question for me right here. Clear as daylight, and it's in your goddamn face. And all you have to do is just open up goddamn eyes to look, because they took these pictures over a period of time. And so help me to make this make sense. And I shown this on the video the other day. And you guys are, for the people who's been watching, already know what I'm about to show. And it's about the ice cube, and why the ice cube was solid under her toe, melted, and then turned around and be a frozen puddle of ice. I got it in this folder here. I just gotta slow down and find it. And that clearly, okay, I'll read the chat in a moment. Let me look at this real quick. Let me find this picture. Okay, right here, there it is, right there. Clear as daylight, bingo to the bingo. When they first took the pictures, peoples, and I've told you many times over and over and over again, it is a solid piece of ice under her toe. You see how solid the ice is. Ice takes time to melt. When the ice melted, it became a puddle of water under her toe. Y'all see that, right? Okay. So peoples, look at this picture when they first took it, and look at her foot. It is nice and it is yellowish and it has color. But then when you go to here, this is the same goddamn photo, people, but it was time later. Look what happened to the toe. Look how the toe, and this the same abrasion. Look how darkened the toe looks, people. You see that, right? Look at the toe. The same bruise right here. It's the same bruise right here. But what happened? The ice melted. And when the ice melted, what happened? The body got darker. And when the body got darker, look, this matches people's. Let me go back to the picture. This matches. Oh, come on. What happened here? All right. Right there. Look at that. That matches that photo right there. See how everything got dark, peoples? See how nice and blush the foot is? But then as time go by, because the ice melted, peoples, look at this part right here of the toe, and look how it started to match that right there. How it got dark. Clear as daylight, peoples. There's your goddamn evidence that you guys have been asking for. This is the shit that I have been telling you forever in a goddamn day. What the fuck do you not understand now? Look! Look at the toe! And look how darkened it has gotten once the ice melted. And then look, it's a frozen puddle of water, peoples. You see that? It came from a solid ice cube to a puddle of water to a frozen puddle of water. That means that the shit was on, the shit was off, and then it turned it back on. But the only difference in the toe, people, is because the toe is still darkened right here. Look at that toe right there. Look how dark her toes got right here and all right here. Look at this part right here of the toe. That fucking matches the back right there, peoples. God damn it. Look at the back right there. See that? It fucking matches. So how the fuck are you going to tell Edward Joseph he don't know what the fuck he's talking about when you can clearly see it right there? Clear as fucking daylight, peoples. Clear as fucking daylight, peoples. There it is right there. Proof in your goddamn face. Look at the body and then look at the toe. And look how dark in the toe got. Matches the same as the body. It's in your goddamn face, peoples. Wake the fuck up. There's the proof right there. The body did not match the original picture when she first died, peoples, because look at the toe. Look at the toe. Look at this toe versus this right here. But then look at this toe once the ice had melted, and then look at the body. You see that? And then go back to what Jeffrey Feiger had said. Why did Crown Plaza, why didn't the security, why didn't the Caddyshack do anything for a fucking day and a half? And they already knew what happened to Kenneka. He told you that. And it came from his own goddamn lips. Because in the beginning, he told you that Kenneka never walked the halls of that establishment. There has never been no identification or findings of Kenneka in the halls, in the establishment, walking the halls. That's what he told you in the beginning. And then later on in the same narrative, he told you that was Kenneka walking the halls of that establishment. So what do you think he's doing, peoples? He is identifying both of the girls who had ended up getting assaulted, raped, and killed. And the reason why you don't see everything play out with Kenneka, because it's just what Brazy had shown you. There is original video footage that Andrew Holmes had seen that we have never seen. And here's this regurgitated bullshit nonsense of what they have shown us of a recreation, a reenactment. It's what the fuck I've been telling you guys for the longest time. And I've been showing this all my lives for the longest time. Where in the fuck have you guys been? I've been showing this stuff for the longest time. And then you got Jeffrey Feiger comes and validates what Edward Joseph has been saying for the fucking longest time. Then you got some YouTubers who did the same goddamn thing that I have been doing since the very beginning, peoples. And they told you why the changing of the photos, why the blurry photos, why the editing of the photos. Jeffrey Feiger had told you, peoples, and he had described both of the girls. First, he's double talking. He's telling you she was never identified or found wandering the halls of that establishment. And then he goes on and transition to the now. Oh, yeah, the fake video footage of the fake Kenneka walking the halls of that establishment. But then he goes on to tell you, well, they knew from the very beginning. But why didn't they do them for a whole day and a half? Do you think that he wasn't aware of what he was saying? No, he was totally aware of what he was saying. You just didn't pick it up. Why? Because you wanted to run with your own goddamn narrative about all of this shit that had nothing to do with Kenneka. And then you guys want to sit up here and challenge Edward Joseph and tell him I'm fucking wrong. People, I have this shit in my heart. This is why I stood 10 toes down. This is the shit of what I have been saying and showing from the beginning. Not from the very, very beginning, but I think I was a year in when I discovered this. And I've been saying it ever since. Facebook, and then when I transitioned to YouTube. And even today, after 7 fucking years. Now, you guys asked for the proof. There's the fucking proof right there in your face, because I wasn't the only one who did it. Now, tell me that Kenneka was not there on the 7th when Teresa Martin told you on the goddamn 6th, Janaea, I love you. Wait until I get fucking rich and you're going to see how much I love you. And then her sister tried to calm her down. No. Well, it doesn't take much for us. No, it doesn't take much for them. How are you going to tell me Kenneka walked the halls of that establishment when you see the girl clearly with a different shirt on? How are you going to tell me that that was Kenneka Jenkins walking the halls of that establishment when you clearly see the physique is different, the attire is different, and even the accessories is different? The girl had on a black watch. Kenneka had on a gray watch. How in the fuck are you going to tell Edward Joseph that that was fucking Kenneka Jenkins walking the halls of that establishment when it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins? It was Kenneka Martin. Kenneka had a twin, just like Teresa Martin had a twin. You don't believe it, but I don't give a fuck because I've already proven myself many times over. There was a Kenneka Jenkins and there was a Kenneka Martin. And all of this video footage has been interlaced, twisted up, chopped, moved around, played with, and stuff. But the one thing that they couldn't do, peoples, is they couldn't put either of the girls in where they never been. See, they can take them out, but they couldn't put them in. And so you ask the question, why did the Crown Plaza go ahead and chop up all of this video footage? Well, these content creators have asked the same thing. Do you think they did that just for one girl? Did they cover all of this shit up for one girl? Bullshit. It's the cover up shit that has been going on there forever in a goddamn day. You motherfuckers are too blind to see this shit. It's been in your goddamn face forever and a day. I told you, you got to do your goddamn research. And you will find it. Peoples, I have been talking about this shit forever and a day. Every goddamn body has been up against me. And that was fine. Because I told you I have the original video footage. I have it. But when I got my computer worked on, all of my original video footage is locked up in a folder somewhere, in a hidden folder. And I have been searching for it ever since. So the only thing I can do is go back on my hard drive, because I have everything stored on my hard drive from the very first time that I ever talked about this case. I got video footage on these little chips, these mini chips. I got video footage mounted on both of my hard drives, my external hard drives. And I got video footage mounted into my computer. That's why my computer is running so slow, because I got video footage in hidden folders on here, which I am going and looking. And when I say hidden folders, it's hidden within an application or something. I got the video footage. I got the pictures. I just got to find it. But I've been telling you, but me not finding it doesn't still negate the fact that I'm still standing 10 toes down after 7 years later, telling you that there was two Kennekas, two girls that had ended up getting killed. Let me show you the Kenneka Jenkins deception, peoples. The two girls who is Kenneka. That's why I showed you on last night the deception, peoples. The twins, the lookalikes. I don't know if they're fraternal or paternal, but these are the girls that had died. The Kenneka Jenkins deception. I've been showing you that picture forever and a day. Peoples. Nobody wanted to believe Edward Joseph. And I really didn't give a fuck because, again, now I'm showing you the proof to the truth. Kenneka Jenkins deception. Okay, here is the wait, okay, let me see. It's one of these photos right here. Okay. So that's one of the photos. As you can clearly see, this girl do not even look remotely close to that person. Look at the facial structure, people, and look at the facial structure right there. And this video wasn't edited, people. So look at the facial structure. Look at how oval and round Kenneka face is. And then look at this picture right here and look how that long stretched out chin and cheek. See that? And it's not oval. Look at Kenneka. Kenneka's is oval and round. That person's is not. Clearly tells you it's not Kenneka. That is a man. And then look right here. You can clearly see right here. You see the V shape right here. You can see the silhouette of the shirt that the person was goddamn wearing. The fucking trainee. Bingo to the fucking bingo. You see it right there, peoples. There is the black lining. There is the black lining, and then it goes down, and then her hair is tucked right there, and her hair is tucked right there, peoples. Don't fucking tell Edward Joseph what the fuck he doesn't know. God damn it, peoples, man. You guys, boy. You guys start to need to open up your goddamn ears and eyes and close your goddamn mouth and shut the fuck up and listen sometimes and understand some things, peoples. Edward Joseph knows what the fuck he's talking about. I've been doing this shit forever and a day. Now, the Kenneka Jenkins deception, peoples. Let me show you the other girl that they've been plastering this picture all over the goddamn internet, and nobody has been paying attention but Edward Joseph. And I showed this picture the other day on my live, and it says the Kenneka Jenkins deception, peoples. Let me go through all of these pictures right here. Y'all give me a second. I'm gonna call it that picture. So when you want to tell me that that's Kenneka Jenkins walking the halls of that establishment, and I'm telling you that it's not, and I'm telling you that it's not, and I'm telling you that it's not, that is what the fuck I mean. The Kenneka Jenkins deception, peoples. There it is right there. The two fucking Kennekas. See that? And look at the girl's eyes. It's all busted up. Look at the lips. Look at the face. It's all busted up. And then look at her face right here, peoples. See that? I've been talking about this shit and I've been telling you this shit forever and a fucking day, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins, Kenneka Martin. Clearly see it in your goddamn face. Look at the structure of her face and head and look at her face and head, peoples. All you got to do is look at it, peoples. There it is right there. It's in your face. It's in your goddamn face, peoples. So who in the fuck is going to tell me what the fuck I don't know right now? When there's the goddamn receipts right there in your goddamn face. And other YouTubers had did the very same thing that I have been doing since day one. Me being a photographer and videographer, peoples, I have the frame of mind to look at the metadata. I have the frame of mind to look at the pictures and videos. That's all I've been doing ever since I ever been doing my lives, has been calling out the discrepancies in all of the photos and videos. Gina, hasn't I been doing that forever and a day? That's all I've been doing. You haven't been seeing me talk way over about this and that and the other. No, I stayed up on Kenneka and I have been explaining the goddamn videos and pictures forever and a day. Go watch and look at any one of the 1,000 lives that I did, and I've been telling you, and I've been telling you, and I've been telling you. God damn! And this is the why in the fuck we always have a goddamn impasse, because you people don't fucking listen. You can't tell me my expertise, peoples. You can't tell me what the fuck I don't know. You asked for the receipts. The fucking receipts is in your goddamn face. Anything else you guys want to know? And the remarkable part about it is, peoples, Jeffrey Feiger has been telling you without telling you. Who's going to challenge me now to say that there wasn't two girls when you clearly see the two girls? Two girls died. Just because you haven't seen it, just because they didn't make it public, don't mean a rat's ass, peoples. It don't mean a fucking thing. Are they going to tell you, oh, well, yeah, another girl died, she got murdered? Are they going to openly tell you that shit? How stupid that is. Peoples, they don't have to tell you when the goddamn evidence that they put out is in your fucking face. And if it wasn't true, why are they changing the pictures and videos? Why are they editing the videos? Why are they taking down the pictures? Why is it that they put up two different scenarios when it came down to the case files? You guys told me there was original video footage, and then there's the shit that they put out. Well, go back to my lives. I have been explaining all of the shit that we have been seeing with the original videos. And then I have been telling you what we have been seeing with this new bullshit that they've been put out. And then you're going to try to tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but I keep telling you, look, I only can go by what they gave. So now when you want to go and try to discredit Andrew Holmes told you what they showed you. Y'all, hold on. Hello? Oh, okay. All right, people. So there again, like I said before, I've only can show you what they told you. And that's what I've been telling you. That's what I've been telling you ever since I've been on Facebook. I've been telling you that. I've only can give a narrative to what they gave. I've been doing that. And then when people like me start to catch all of these things, what they go do? They change things, right? Well, what did Tiffany tell you in the beginning? In the beginning, they told you she was found in the rear by the Caddyshack, by the dock area. What did Jeffrey Feiger say? Why didn't the Caddyshack, Bill Murray, did the security do anything for a day and a half? Why? Because they already knew. They already knew, peoples. Jeffrey Feiger told you. Tiff had told you in the beginning she was found in the rear by the dock area. In the rear by the dock area is by the goddamn Caddyshack. It's what the fuck I've been telling you guys forever and a day. She wasn't originally found in a goddamn freezer.
Oh, yeah.
Was Kenneka Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, people's chat?
That's what they said from the beginning.
Come on, Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kenneka Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But people, what did I say? I said we are true fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area. They did not find her in the freezer, but they found her in the rear, in the dock area. That's where they found her peoples. But now, the question becomes, who did they find? Did they find Kenneka Jenkins, or did they find Kenneka Martin? Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, wasn't found in no freezer. She was placed in the freezer. You guys remember when they did the 911 call thing, when they did the dispatch the ambulance to come out and stuff, they said that they had 2 assaults and batteries and things. Did you ever see anybody taken out on a stretcher? Peoples, you guys remember that? Let me go to that part right there, and that will explain a whole lot of things, peoples. That would explain a whole lot of things. Let me go back to that. Let me go back to that audio part, peoples. See, the one thing about me, people, is I've always come with receipts because I'm going to stand 10 toes down with what I say and what I believe. I didn't say I was standing 10 toes down with what I know. I said I stand 10 toes down with what I believe. All right, this is all of the, I think this was all of the not, no, that was not the, or maybe it is. Let me see. Let's listen.
You get any noise complaints at the front of the Crown Plaza? We're out here. Just give me a heads up. 10-4. 601. Good. Can I get 201 here? We got 2 batteries and ambulance requested. Somebody follow them. Strike patient. They're going to keep cuffed. Not custody, but they're requesting a patrol to follow, so at least against the ambulance. 10-4, he's en route. 201, you copy? 10-4. Here. Oh, fuck. 301, everything 10-4? Negative. I have that subject in the kitchen in a freezer. She is frozen solid. 10-4, 600? 600 copies. Make notifications, Rosemont. 601, you copy? Jerry, what kitchen are you in? I'm in the rear by the dock area, by the garbage.
I'm in the rear by the dock area. I'm in the rear by the dock area. 601. Can you send someone? There's 2 assaults in battery. 601. Can you send someone? There's 2 assaults in battery. Okay, so peoples, when did you ever see anybody that was taken out on a stretcher or had to be taken to an ambulance or anything? You never seen it. You never seen it. You guys say that, oh yeah, there was some people fighting and stuff, and Kenneka was supposed to have been fighting someone outside the room or whatever. Where did you ever see that on any video footage? And if Kenneka was fighting itself, well, you know how girls fight. They go and they grab the hair. And if they grab the hair, what are they going to do? They're going to grab the wig off her head. So if Kenneka was fighting, why didn't the girl grab the wig off her head? If Kenneka was fighting, don't you think that she would have gotten bruised up? If anybody was fighting who was taken and had the patrol come and follow them to the hospital. Remember what TM had said. Hey, live, how y'all doing? Nothing happened to my daughter. And for the book and for the record, she was left here at the hotel. So was that Kenneka Martin that was taken to the hospital instead of the left at the hotel? Was that Kenneka Martin taken to the hospital, peoples? And Kenneka Jenkins left at the hotel? Let me say that again, peoples. Let's go and play TM and let's look at this right here, peoples. Let's go play TM and what she's saying, because she was about to say hospital instead of hotel, peoples. That's what she said. I didn't say that. That's what TM said.
Thank y'all for y'all prayers. I just want y'all to know my baby dead. Thank y'all. I thank y'all for y'all prayers, but my fucking baby's dead. And guess what? But God. It's okay. It's okay. And for the record, no, didn't nobody do nothing to her, y'all. Didn't nobody do nothing to her. Ain't nobody do nothing to her. She was left at the party, but didn't nobody set her up or nothing. She was found at this hotel right here in a freezer. In a freezer. My baby dead. Thank y'all once again. I love y'all. Peace. Thank y'all for y'all prayers. I just want y'all to know my baby dead. Thank y'all. I thank y'all for y'all prayers, but my fucking baby's dead. And guess what? But God. It's okay. It's okay. And for the record, no, didn't nobody do nothing to her, y'all. Didn't nobody do nothing to her. Ain't nobody do nothing to her. She was left at the party, but didn't nobody set her up or nothing. She was found at this hotel right here in a freezer. In a freezer. My baby dead. Thank y'all once again. I love y'all. Peace.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all for your prayers, but my baby is dead. Thank y'all for your prayers, but my fucking baby is dead. And for the book and for the record, ain't nobody did nothing to her, y'all. Well, goddamn it, what is this right here? Ain't nobody did nothing to her, y'all. But what is this right here? Ain't nobody do nothing to her, y'all. She was left at the hotel. Was it the hospital? Peoples, was it the goddamn hospital?
601. Good. Can I get 201 here? We got 2 batteries and ambulance requested. Somebody follow them. Flight station. They're going to keep cuffed, not custody. Can I get 201 here? We got 2 batteries and ambulance requested. Somebody follow them. Flight station. They're going to keep cuffed, not custody. 601. Can I get 201 here? We got 2 batteries and ambulance requested. Somebody follow them. Flight station. They're going to keep cuffed, not custody, but they're requesting control to follow so they can get the ambulance. That's portion Everything's at 4? Negative. I have that subject in the kitchen in a freezer. She is frozen solid. Task force 600. 600 copy. Make notification goes on. 601, you copy. Jerry, what kitchen are you in? I'm in the rear by the dock area. Under the coverage.
So, what more proof do you need? What more proof do you need?
I know this song, but I forgot the song.
People, as I told you, I was going to come with my receipts. And I came with my receipts. And while everybody is around town spreading their gospel about what they proclaimed that they know about the Kenneka Jenkins case, I too have been sitting back observing and listening. And it was the reason why all of those people came into my live, into my chat, to dox me, to do all of this stuff, is to get me off of my narrative, which I refuse to do. And I went totally up against the grain because there was some things that wasn't making sense to me. And I said, no, I got to take a look at this. And so where I had people that was in my corner, then the people fell out of my corner. And it really didn't matter because I've never changed my narrative. Once I latched onto that, I said, no, it's something that's not, it's not sitting well with me. And I'm not going to stop until I find out what is going on. And then different ones start to politic with me. And I start to see things in a clearer light. And it just only reiterated and bolstered my claim. And I stuck with that for years, peoples. Stuck with my guns. Well, Edward Joseph, when I talked about the Kenneka Jenkins case, from the time to when I left Facebook and came to YouTube, my narrative has already been sealed. Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. And if she did, you and I would have never seen that video footage. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so when I say Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment, I'm saying I don't agree with the narrative of what Rosemont had put out for us to look at and to call as law. This is one of the reasons why you can't even give a good, wholesome, and full explanation as to why that picture in the kitchen looks so decomposed. You can't tell me why that looks like that, because it all happened on the 7th. All happened on the 7th, peoples. You ain't got to believe me. Go back and do your research. Go back and look at everything I did. I looked, I listened, and I learned. And it's a reason why they did the various things that they did. And it was a reason why, just like the other content creators said, that they blurred the pictures and all like this. It's the reason why they did everything and stuff, because they tried to give the illusion that Kenneka was there on the night when Kenneka was never there on the night, peoples. She was never there on the night. The pictures and the metadata doesn't lie. And you don't get that type of abrasion or that type of look in less than 24 hours, people's on your body like that. That doesn't happen. Not overnight, peoples. Because from the time to when Kenneka came up missing to the time that she was found, it was less than 24 hours. You're not going to get that look on your body in less than 24 hours. And especially if they turned back on the freezer, which, as you can see in the pictures that I've shown you, with the little cube of ice that was under her toe that was frozen, then it turned into a puddle of water, and then it turned frozen again. That means that the freezer was on, then they turned off the freezer, and then they turned back on the freezer. So if they turn back on the freezer, that means that they're preserving the body, right? And so what are they preserving the body for? Organ harvesting. What are they preserving the body for? Organ harvesting. Okay, let me say that again, peoples. What are they preserving the body for? Organ harvesting. Did you ever see Kenneka's body after the pictures was taken? You never seen it again, peoples. You never seen it again. So how are you going to tell me something that you can't even prove? You can't. You absolutely can't. I told you about why Roland Weiss was down there at the establishment. And if it was an accident, peoples, why is Roland Weiss picking up the body when TM had a choice to who retrieves her daughter's body? And why are they doing the autopsy when it was deemed a accident? I mean, if it was nothing suspicious about what was going on, well, then why are you doing an autopsy? Take it for what it's worth. I mean, if the medical examiner said it was an accident, well, then it was an accident. Okay, now take the body, go ahead and take it to the funeral home, and then prepare for a funeral. But that didn't happen. What did Lenore Harris say, peoples? Lenore Harris said that my sister's body was missing for several days. right after her body was supposed to have been taken out of the establishment. I have that video. Let me see if I can find that video, peoples, because that will explain to you that everybody was taken out of there wasn't taken out there and directly taken to the medical examiner's office. They was taken to the Resurrection Hospital. But it was just a body, peoples. It was just a body. But remember, we had 2 assaults and batteries. And one was taken by the ambulance. And one was taken to one was left at the establishment. So what does that tell you, peoples? What does that tell you? It tells you that several people had ended up getting assaulted, and one so serious enough that they had to be taken to the hospital. But why didn't they take both? So when and where did you see anybody leave out that establishment all bruised up and banked up? What was the other person? Because when assault and battery is serious, peoples. Battery is meaning that you're getting the boom boom. And you're almost ready for the tomb. You don't have assaults and batteries, and they don't call the ambulance for you, peoples. You're dying. Understand the terminology, peoples. Assault and battery. Assault and battery. When they mention battery, that means you got the boom boom. I mean, you can assault anybody. You can assault anybody by just touching somebody or throwing a water balloon on them and stuff. That ain't going to rise to the level of you having to go to the hospital. But battery is serious. Battery calls for immediate medical attention. And so they said 2 assaults and battery. When did you ever see anybody leave the establishment on a gurney? Because you're going out there on a gurney, peoples. You ain't walking to the car. You're not driving home on your own recognizance. You're going in an ambulance. So, peoples, again, let me ask the question. When did any of you see anybody leave the hotel in an ambulance and having a police escort? You never did. And why you never did? Because you never seen the video footage. Thus, peoples, the Kenneka Jenkins deception. All right, they didn't say Jenkins deception. They just said the Kenneka deception. They didn't add a last name to it because both of the girls' first name was Kenneka. Now, they could have named it the Kenneka Jenkins deception, but they didn't do that, people. They said it was the Kenneka deception. They never gave a last name, but they gave a first name, and then they gave you the pictures of 2 girls. 2 girls whose name is Kenneka, who looks alike, almost like twins, but one last name is Jenkins and one last name is Martin. There's your 2 girls right there, peoples. So the assaults, the 2 assaults and batteries. Again, let me go back to that. Where and when did you ever see anybody leave the hotel establishment in an ambulance? You never did. But they telling you 2 assaults and batteries happened at the establishment. You heard the radio dispatch. Hey, I got 2 assaults and batteries. I need an ambulance to escort the person. But they never gave a last name to the 2 Kennekas that got assaulted, peoples. Everything happened at the Crown Plaza. So when you tell me just because you never seen nobody get taken out of the establishment on the ambulance, why is that? Because they didn't show you the video footage. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just means that they did not show you the video footage. That's what it means. But they got it in the case files. They got it in. They got the radio dispatch. You got the officer telling you 2 assaults and batteries. Where's the girls who got assaulted? Where's all of these hilarious and nefarious fights that you guys proclaimed that had happened that Kenneka was involved in? Because the girls fighting, they're scratching, they're pulling hair, they're kicking. Where's any footprints upon Kenneka's pants? Where's any torn jackets and breasts and all like that? They're going for everything, peoples. They're going for everything. When girls fight, they go for everything. And then the people tell me, Gina, that it ain't a Kenneka Jenkins and it ain't a Kenneka Martin. They tell me that 2 girls didn't play Kenneka. They tell me only 1 girl got assaulted, and the other one, it was nobody else that got assaulted at that establishment. Well, I just proved to you that several people got assaulted because the dispatch, the officer that was there told you they had 2 assaults and batteries. And batteries mean serious injuries. So if it didn't happen, why would the guy be on dispatch telling you send the ambulance down for 2 assaults and batteries? I mean, it's in the case files. I just shown you it's in the case files, peoples. You know, you told me to show my receipts. I'm showing my receipts. There it is right there. It's in your face. So when you tell me that nobody else got assaulted at that establishment, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it didn't happen. It happened. You got to read between the lines, peoples. If they're going to go through all of this trouble and covering all of this stuff up, well, then now you see why the major cover up. You hear what Jeffrey Feiger had said, the security, Bill Murray, the Caddyshack and stuff. Why didn't they do anything for a day and a half? When they knew what they did was wrong and they killed the girl. And they had to go to cover it up. You heard what Jeffrey Feiger said. And peoples, that is the bingo moment. That is the bingo moment right there. Gina, did I show my receipts? Did I prove to the people that there were people other than Kenneka that got assaulted? Because the man on the dispatch told you so. It's in the radio transmission. They told you so. Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean it didn't happen. It's a lot of shit that you guys didn't see. Wait, what do you think? You think that they're going to show you every goddamn thing and then be sued for $50 million and have to pay $50 million? You got to be kidding me, people. And you guys think that these people did all of this stuff just for one little dead girl? Really, peoples? Really? And that's exactly what I believe she did, Gina. That's exactly what I believe she did. Because see, if you take the little bits and pieces and put it all in order, like Brazy had did with the timelines of the videos and stuff, you'll find some interesting facts. TM was about to say hospital, but then she said hotel. So her first frame of mind was to say hospital, but she said hospital. Now the people would be asking, well, shit, well, why is she in the freezer and she was taken to the hospital? Because Haas is closer to hospital instead of whole is closer to hotel. She didn't say whole, she said ha. And she caught herself, just like Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina caught herself when she said that they told her how she died. And then she switched it up. She caught herself. So you got two instances of people catching themselves. But see, they wasn't smart enough because I caught them. I caught them, peoples. And I showed you my receipts. I showed you my receipts. I told you. Again, you ain't got to believe me. Go back and do all of the research that you want. But while you're doing your research, go and research all of my videos and stuff, because a lot of the original content is on my videos. I got a lot of the original content on my hard drives. I'm going to go and I got a daunting task. Scan through all of my hard drives and stuff, because I got 4 of them. 4 hard drives filled to almost the capacity of Kenneka Jenkins stuff. So if anybody got receipts, I got receipts. And I can back up anything that I say. Anything. It ain't nothing that I can't back up that I'm not saying, peoples. And just because you don't see it, that doesn't mean that I don't have it. You guys got to remember what you say. You said in the beginning, all of this video footage and all of this stuff was out there. And then when they became aware of what they did, then they changed it. They revised it, and then they pumped all of this new stuff out there and had all of these paid people to go ahead and spread all of this salacious and madness, this propaganda, this stuff that didn't actually take place. Like Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina and some of you other YouTubers who I suspect you being an op. And that's why you wanted to try to shut me down, but you couldn't. Because I was giving you facts. I was giving you the truth. I didn't know it at the time. I know it now. I know it now because I never changed after all of these years. I've been saying the same thing over and over and over again, peoples, for years. Never changed that. And still saying it today. But now I am proving it. Because there's a lot of things that many of you overlooked and you got careless with it. Like I say, people, you know, I have a mind and memory of an elephant, and elephants never forget. I never forget. And so when I remember things, I can connect things. And that's all I've been doing, was just connecting to the connects to the connects. That's all I've been doing. That's all I've been doing all of this time. So how are you going to tell a person with expertise in videography, photography, what he doesn't know? And just because you don't see it That doesn't mean it doesn't happen. That's why I keep telling you guys, you got to just showing videos of things ain't going to give a good wholesome explanation to nothing. Because nobody is ever going to understand what you're trying to convey. You got to come on and you got to speak to your videos. You got to speak to your pictures. You got to give a narrative to it. And you got to explain it in great detail so the people can get it. If I just showed you all of this stuff and never took the time out to explain to you why I am showing you, you guys would be like, what the hell is Edward Joseph doing? You got to speak to that of what you're trying to show the people. And if you don't do it, well, then that tells me a lot about you. It tells me, one, you don't believe in the content. You don't believe in that of what you're pushing out. And I would hate to think that you're doing it just for views and clicks. People's everything that I do and everything that I do on my channel, I do it with passion. And I do it with conviction. If I believe it, I'm pushing that thing 10 toes down. And until you can prove me wrong, I'm standing still and standing tall and standing firm, my feet planted in the ground with what I believe. That's why I say you can't just tell me, you have to show me, you have to really find something to try to prove your narrative. And even if there's no proof, well, then you know within your hearts of hearts, you can explain that to the degree and stand 10 toes down upon it. Well, it's always going to be something in this particular case that is going to seriously complement that of what you're trying to convey. It's always going to be some type of proof, some type of evidence. It's going to be something somewhere. You just got to do your digging. Many of you haven't dug enough because, again, you guys totally forgot what Jeffrey Feiger had said. You totally forgot what Jeffrey Feiger have shown. You totally forgot what they have been showing in the beginning. I'm showing you original video and pictures from the beginning. Who has that now? Like the people said, they deleted it, you'll never see it. I got it. I just have to find all of the other stuff. Raising Certified World Media had said, yeah, that's something I'm taking a look into now because I don't know. And that's what I've been telling you, my friend, forever and a day. I know. And I've been telling you that forever and a day. It was no reason whatsoever for me to sit here and lie to you. We politic, we exchange ideals, we change views, we change opinions, we have our strong opinions and narratives about everything. But I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat with you, and I'm not going to sit here and shuck and jive with you. I'm just not going to do it. You know me better than that. And you know that whenever Joseph gets onto something, I'm going to be on it. And I'm going to be on it like a beast. And I'm going to do everything in my power to get you to understand why I am saying the various things that I'm saying. Now, you can discount me if you want to. That's fine, because everybody sees this in a different manner. But you asked for receipts. I gave you the receipts right now. I told you what I was going to do, and I did what I was going to do. I told you, and I told everybody else. I told all of these people who watches me. I told you what I was going to do, and I did exactly what I said I was going to do. And that, my friend, is exactly what happened. Because you can't sit up here and tell me Kenneka Jenkins was walking the halls of that establishment, and I'm telling you she didn't. Because, again, the attorney is telling you she never did. But then he goes around and tells you she did. So who is he speaking about? He's not speaking of one person. He's speaking of two. He's speaking of two separate situations. But did he ever mention the last name of Kenneka? Did he ever say Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment? Or did he only just say Kenneka never walked the halls of that establishment? That was the very thing that he said in the beginning. There is no substantial proof or evidence. There's no identification. And there is no findings. That's what he said in the beginning. And then he said a little bit, and then he turns around. He said, well, Kenneka was walking the halls of that establishment on the night. But wait a minute, Jeffrey Feiger, that's not what you said in the beginning when you first started. You guys don't believe me? Let me go and let me show you again what Jeffrey Feiger had said. And then we're going to get to the part to when he had really mentioned all of the other stuff that you guys just totally bypassed. That I do remember that I've been showing you forever and a day. If you guys ever listen to Edward Joseph. Brazy Certified Word Media said they screwed this case up on purpose to confuse the public. They confused the people, but they didn't confuse me. Because within my hearts of hearts, my friend, I've never let it go. I never let it go. After all of this time, I never let it go. And after all of this time, I have been repeating the same thing over and over and over again. I didn't go way off over in left field and back again. I didn't go and try to run touchdowns after touchdowns after touchdowns. I stuck with my guns and I stayed on Kenneka. I didn't go way over to Schiller's Park in the west side of Chicago and the Doubletree and the Marriott and all of that stuff and all of the other people that was there. No, every last one of my lives was strictly about Kenneka Jenkins or Kenneka Martin. The things that you guys don't even believe in, that it was two Kennekas. Yes, it's two Kennekas, and there is two TMs, Teresa Martins. I've shown you it. I talked about it. I've shown you it. I talked about it. I've shown you it. I talked about it. Now I'm going further to solidify the various things that I said from the beginning. Hello, Renda Robinson. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you today. Renda Robinson said, what's up, everyone? Just, which he put down right here, got back from football practice. Well, welcome in, Randall. I had to come with my big guns blazing and shoot my shot today, and to prove unequivocally and undeniably what I have been saying forever and a day. I know what I'm talking about. Do you know what you're talking about? That's the question, peoples. Do you know what you're talking about? I know what I'm talking about, and I can prove what I'm talking about, and I have been proving what I'm talking about. So anybody want to challenge me, come on, because hey, I got my boxing gloves ready, and I can go and I can prove everything that I've been saying. Now, just because you guys don't see certain things, don't mean that didn't happen. It wouldn't be no reason for this guy to be calling dispatch and asking for an ambulance because there was 2 assaults and batteries if the 2 assaults and batteries never happened. But then I asked the question of all of you people who have the actual video footage of the 36 hours or whatever, tell me, show me, at any given point in time, did you ever see an ambulance come to the front door of the Crown Plaza and take any patron out on a stretcher? You never did. You never did. It's a lot of video footage that you've never seen. Andrew Holmes has seen the original video footage. He was right, but he's calling her Kenneka, which he was right. But he never said Kenneka Jenkins. He never said Kenneka Martin. He's always referred to her as Kenneka. So for you smart asses out there that got something to say, well then goddamn it, open your goddamn mouth and explain this to me. Why these 2 different girls looking the way that they're doing? Looking the way that they are. You can't explain it. Why does the girl who's on the goddamn gurney, peoples, look so decomposed? Why does this girl look so decomposed, peoples? And she was supposed to be taken out of the refrigerator or the freezer. Why is it that this girl right here is laying on the floor and that was supposed to be Kenneka in the hands of the gang members? Not Franz Cave, not the beverage manager, not the maintenance guy, not any other security, but in the hands of the gang members. And there's a video of this, peoples, and I have this video. I'm trying to find it. I played it once before, and I played it on my live. So which one of the Kennekas is this? So explain this, peoples. Which one of the Kennekas is this? Because this is one of the Kennekas. Is it Kenneka Martin? Or is it Kenneka Jenkins? Explain that, peoples. So when you guys get stuck on your narrative and saying, oh, well, this happened and this person did it and that person did it, explain this to me. You see, it's a video because you see the play button right there, peoples. It was the actual video that this was taken out of, and I have this video. I played it on my live once before. Let me go and surprise you with something else, people. I also have right here. Let me show you this, peoples. And I have this video. See the blood stains and stuff? The blood soaked sheets and stuff? How do you think all of that blood got on the sheets and things and stuff? And why they tucked it right into the middle of a cart? And I have this video. And I told you for years, Kenneka was assaulted in the laundry room. I told you that for years. You guys didn't believe me. Why was she half naked and stuff? Clear as daylight. You YouTubers who's got the video footage, show me this video right here. You got the video footage. So show me, go to your archives and stuff, and you show me the bloodstained sheets that you clearly see right here. Show me the people lifting the bloodstained sheets and covering up with all of the other sheets. Who was carrying the sheets, peoples? Franz Cave, right? He was carrying sheets and towels and all like this. He was carrying it where? Did he go up to the room to carry it, peoples? Did he, peoples? See, you see how all of this stuff is intertwined, peoples, for the simple things that Franz Cave and all of these other people was doing. And it's just like a goddamn puzzle that you have to put together. You guys remember when the lady had said that she was transported on the cart. They put one cart around her leg and stuff, and then they put another bag over her head to transport her. Would that be the case, people? That means what? She's already dead. She's already dead. A person alive will never be in a bag and can breathe. And you got a plastic bag under and covering your lower part of your body, and then you have a bag covering your upper part of your body. You can't breathe. You will suffocate. That means she was dead, peoples. You guys get that now? That means she was dead. And so then help me explain this, peoples, right here. Help me explain this. This is the person, Carl Nesbitt, that was in the establishment. Guy in the khakis and the black hoodie. And you can tell him by the little emblem thing that he had wearing on his chest. And there he is right there. And then the time says 107. Okay, so for all of you people who have the video footage, go and track this man down into the establishment and then tell me what day he was there, when he was there. Why are they blocking the time out? You can't even see. But they got the big arrow and says 107. Okay, so you guys want to do some research, go back and do some research upon these things that I am showing you. And then they asked the question, Kenneka Jenkins, why was he there? Well, because he was the one who carried Kenneka. And then here he is right here. Here he is right here again. But this time we have a date. 9/8/2017 at 23. So it is 11:11 at night if we was to go by this time. So at 11:11 at night, he's at the Crown Plaza. Well before 9/9. Why was he there? Okay, why was he there? So now we got it right here. Here he is right here, carrying Kenneka. There he is right there, carrying Kenneka. There's his face right there. There's his face right there. There he is right there in a black hoodie, peoples. And then there is Kenneka right there. You see that, right? Now the question is simply this. Was it Kenneka Jenkins or was it Kenneka Martin? And did this actually happen on the day to when they proclaimed it had happened, peoples? Did it? So you guys hell bent on and set upon, oh no, it happened on the night and all like this. Well, peoples, I've already shown you that Megadata told you that the pictures was taken on a different day. So I mean, it ain't much more that I can tell you about that. So if you believe it, you believe it. If you don't, you don't. That's fine with me. I don't care. You asked for the proof, I gave it to you. Now you got to ask yourself the question: when was these people there? What day, peoples? Now let's look at this picture right here. Here he is again, right here, carrying Kenneka. Kenneka being carried. Black hoodie number 1, black hoodie number 2. 2 people carrying her. And look where they're carrying her, because you can see that's the hallway. That's the hallway, peoples. That picture from behind, this back here is the hallway. They're carrying Kenneka. And then right here, you see the little emblem thing that he was wearing around his neck. Pushed to the side because he has her in his arms, peoples. Let me go back to the other picture that I just showed you. Right there, peoples. See the little emblem? See that? See that? There it is right there. Clear as daylight, peoples. Clear as daylight right there. So explain that, peoples. Explain that. Explain that to me. And explain that to the peoples. How did that happen, peoples? Why does he have a young lady in his arms? Can anybody explain that, peoples? This is what I say. You have to make this shit make sense, peoples. And everything ain't going to be just so cut and dry. But if you remember the various things that the people said and remember the various things that the people had did within peoples, it's amazing. Now look at this girl right here. Look at that patch on the side. Did that match any jacket that Kenneka was wearing, or the supposed Kenneka was wearing? Look how thick these thighs is and stuff, peoples. Look at the hair. Look at the whole profile. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at this. And then let's take a look at this right here. Let's look at these 3. Let's look at that. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. And then let me go to the last picture that I had. Right here. Let's look at this. Now we know that if Kenneka is Kenneka, as you guys proclaim, then the silhouettes, the pictures, all should look alike, peoples. And let's look at that. It shouldn't be a real big difference in between the pictures and stuff, peoples. Look at the pants. Even the pants doesn't even remotely match, peoples. Then let's look at that. Look at the facial structure, peoples. The facial structures don't even match. Even the silhouette of the facial features don't even match. None. You see that, right? Even if you can't see the picture clear, I mean, you can look at the facial, you can look at the silhouette. The silhouettes doesn't even match, peoples. It doesn't even match. All right, let me go a little further, peoples. Let me go a little further. Silhouettes of a person, of an actual person, should always match. It should always match. And if it doesn't match, well, then there's something wrong. All right. So now let's take a look at this, peoples. Let's analyze this here. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Now, let's compare these pictures right here. Let's look at that versus these pictures right here. Okay. Now, let's look at this picture right here. So, if we look at this and this, in this picture, it looks like the breast is out. But in this picture, the breast is cuffed in. See that? The breast is hanging downwards. This picture, the breast is in. You see that, right? but you can still see in the silhouette that V-shaped black thing right there. And see how the hair is? The hair is hanging down, the hair is hanging down, hair is hanging down. But in this picture, you can still see that V shape right there in the silhouette. Let's look at this picture right here. All right, people. Now let's look at this right here. The most critical thing. Look, there's no silver watch. It's a black watch. You see that, right? Now look at the patch of the jacket right here. Look at the patch. Where's the patch to the jacket? And she has the watch on her right arm, as you can see, right? No, I mean on her left arm. Okay, y'all see that, right? She has to watch on her left arm because the camera is taking a picture of her, right? And the watch is on the left arm right there, as you can clearly see, right? Okay, so let's look at Kenneka. In the freezer. Let's look at Kenneka in the freezer. Let's go back to the other pictures. That's the case files. Let's look at Kenneka's original photos. So the girl has the watch on her left arm, but Kenneka, and if I can find that picture, which I will be able to do right here, has the watch on her left arm. Okay, let's look at that, peoples. Kenneka has the watch on her left arm. The girl has the watch. Kenneka has a gray watch on her left arm. The girl has a black watch on her left arm. Because if it was gray, then it would be lighter color. But it's not gray, it's black. You can clearly see the black. You can clearly see the gray right here. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Clearly shows you unequivocally and undeniably that it's not Kenneka, peoples. That is not Kenneka. Kenneka in the kitchen, in the freezer, has the watch on her left arm, as you guys can see. Now look at the girl right here. She has the black watch on her left arm right there, as you can see. Is nothing gray down there. She has on a gray outfit. So if the watch was gray, the watch would be looking just like her outfit, peoples, around her wrist. But it's not gray, it's black. You can clearly see that. So it clearly shows you, peoples, unequivocally and undeniably, it is not Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. You clearly see that, right? All right. Let's go a little further, peoples. Let's go a little further. Now you see the little black line thing that was shown, and let's go and call up that picture of the person that first walked in. Let's call it that picture. When they were walking down the halls. First walked in. And I think I don't think I have a picture of it. I think I have it on the video. I think I took a screenshot of it. Person walking in like that. But you clearly see when the person walked in, which I think I'm going to go back to that video. Oh yeah, I think you hear this right here. There it is right there. You see the V shape right there, and you see the hair is down alongside of the jacket. You see that? Clear as daylight. Now, let's go look at this picture right here, peoples. See that? The same type of line right here. The V shape right there, the V shape right there, and it's going down. You see that, right? Now, when we look at this other picture, look, the breast is poking out, but the breast is intact. So the breast is poking out right here, and the breast is intact right there. Well, goddamn, how many times did this person get attacked? And she's on the lower level. She's on the lower level. You see that, right? The breast is out, but the breast is in, because you can see the whiteness right there. That means that the breast is the bra that this person was wearing is covering, but the bra this person was wearing, the breast is exposed right there. You can clearly see that, because you can see the whiteness right there, but you can see the whiteness down here, and the breast is hanging outwards, peoples. So help me to make that make sense. Y'all see that, right? Help me to make it make sense. And then look, 1, 2, that's the second elevator. And then look at this, 1, 2, and the second elevator is open right there. You see that, right? Okay. But as you can see in here, where is the black lining thing when the girl walked out the elevator? You don't see this black lining thing right here, this kind of shirt. Okay, let's look at this right here. All right, give me a moment. I'll be ready. You trying to get in here?
Yeah.
All right, people. So now let's look at this here. So let's look at this picture. So the hair is come down to the waistline. In this picture, the hair comes down to the waistline. Okay, I see that, right? But look at the big patch right here on the shoulder of the person right here. It's so pronounced. Why isn't it not so pronounced right here? And she has her arms down, and she has her arms somewhat down. The jackets don't match, peoples. Because if I keep telling you, if it's a silhouette, the silhouette must be the same. The silhouette is not the same. It's a different jacket. So whatever is being displayed in the silhouette, doesn't matter whether the picture is blurry or whatever, the silhouette should be the same, and the silhouette is not the same because you don't see the same patch line right here as you do right here, peoples. Now, let's look at this other picture right here. Again, where is the patch line, peoples? Right here to right here, or right here. This has a patch line. This and this don't. And then look at the hair, peoples. Now the hair is all the way down to her butt. See that, right? But then look at the shape of the head. You know, this has a lot more hair spread out than this. This is tight. This is real tight. You see that, right? And then look at the body shape of this to this right here, to this right here, to this right here. Does the body shape even match, peoples? Look at that and look at this right here. Look at those hips. And look, she has a black watch on. Again, there's the black watch right there, and then there's the black scrunchie right there. Now look at her. Her breast and all of everything is not being exposed. This, she has her shirt and everything all open, and those breasts is exposed. This, she has her hands open and her shirt open. This is not. But look, peoples. Look where she is. She's by the second elevator. Look where she is. She's by the second elevator. You see the telephone right there, right? There's the telephone. There's the telephone. No, she's by the third elevator because she's past the telephone. She's past the telephone. There's the third elevator right here. Now, if we go look at the video, is her shirt going to close in like that, peoples? Well, we won't know. Let's go and watch the video and see if the shirt is going to close up and is going to look like this. But right here, the breast is exposed, as you can see. Right here, the breast is not exposed because you can clearly see the whiteness right here, the whiteness right there, and then you can see the whiteness down here, and then you can see this part, which is the fleshy part, which is those breasts. So now you have to tell me, peoples. I mean, what? The breast is exposed right here, and in the breast, are they going to just pop out once she walks from the elevator? Or are they just going to just flip out? Or what? Because they're intact right here, and they out right here. You can clearly see that, clear as daylight, peoples. All right, so now let's go further, peoples. Let's go further. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Look, peoples, right here. Okay, so all they did was just lighten up the picture. All they did was just lighten up the picture right here. See that? But you can clearly see the patch because, again, people, as I said, look at the silhouette. There's the patch right there, and there's the patch right there. You can see the white spot right there. You can see the white spot right there. See that? And you can see how the jacket is tapered right here, and then there you see that little part is tapered right there. You see that? That little piece right there, that little piece right there. And then there's the patch right there, and there's the patch right there. So it doesn't matter whether or not that how distorted the picture is, the silhouette will show you peoples. You see that, right? And then look, it's still got a black watch on because it's black. Remember, the outfit is sort of kind of gray. So if the watch was gray, the watch would have the same reflection as the outfit, as you can clearly see. So again, the person is wearing a black watch, and Kenneka had on the gray watch. All right, now let's look at this picture, peoples. I don't know what all of this is and stuff. They done did something to this picture. I'm not going to look at that because that is meaningless. Now let's look at this picture, peoples. And then let's look at this picture right here. Okay, let's move this down. Let's move this over. Now, does this and this look like Kenneka, peoples? Because now, look, the breast is open and exposed. The breast is open and exposed right here. You see that? Is that Kenneka, peoples? Is this Kenneka, peoples? Because, you know, the breast is exposed right here. And you can see the breast. The breast is hanging under the bra. And right here, you can see the breast is hanging under the bra. So is that Kenneka? And then you can clearly see there's a hole in her neck. How is she going to be walking with a hole in her neck? I said, how she's going to be walking with a hole in her neck? How she's going to be walking and her eyes is closed? You see that, right? It's a silhouette, peoples. You see the silhouette. Now let's compare this picture to this picture right here. Let's compare the pictures, peoples. Now you look. Notice the difference, peoples. Notice the similarities. Look at the bottom lip and how the bottom lip is illuminated. Look at the bottom lip and how it's illuminated. Look at the top lip, how it's not illuminated. Look at the top lip, how it's not illuminated. As you can see right there, right? Now look at the curvature in the eyes right here. You see that? Look at the curvature in the eyes right there. You see that? And then look how bright the forehead shines, and look how bright the forehead shines. It's the same person. And then when you go right here and go up like that, you go right here and go up, it's the same person. The same person right there. It's right here. Is that Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? No, it's not Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. You see that, right? You see that right clearly in your face. Two different girls. There's Kenneka Jenkins right there. And Kenneka Jenkins' forehead is more, head is more rounded. And Kenneka Jenkins doesn't have that little arch-like thing in her face, as you can clearly see right there, peoples. See that? Where's the arch? That's more pronounced right there in that picture. Where's the other picture that I just shown? The deception right here. There's the arch right there. There's the arch right there. Okay, so then when we look at that versus this right here, where is the arch? It's no arch. You can clearly see that, peoples. Where is the arch? There is no arch. As you can clearly see, peoples. The luminous of the lips. The illuminous of the lips. Right here. Clear as daylight, peoples. See that? Two different girls, peoples. Now then we go and we look at this right here. Look at the difference in the face, peoples. The breast is intact. She getting out the elevator. The breast is exposed. The breast is really exposed. There's no hole around her neck right here. Because if it was a hole, then you would have the same type of indentation in the silhouette right here as you do right here. You see that, right? Now, one thing that you can clearly see from here to here is the patch. Look at the patch. The patch is luminous. The patch is luminous. You see that, right? See the patch? How it illuminates in the light, how the patch is illuminated in the light, but you don't even see it right here or any other picture, peoples. See, even with the silhouette, peoples, even with the silhouette. Look at that. The patch is not even luminous. There's no patch. Clearly see that, right? See? So when you are looking at the pictures, peoples, you got to look at everything. And even in distorted pictures, there is certain features in the pictures that will tell you, and it should be the same, and it's not, peoples. I don't care. I don't care what the person was wearing. I don't care how the person was looking. I don't care how distorted the picture is and stuff. You will always find commonalities in the photos if it was the same person. Peoples. Two different girls. Clear as daylight in your face. Two different girls. Then we come with the other picture. Three different girls. Which one of these look like Kenneka? Because she has the arch. She doesn't. Clearly see that in your face, peoples. Where's the arch? Where's the arch in the face? You don't see it. These two girls are the same. It's just different profiles and stuff, because you can tell by the luminous on the jacket right here on the edge right there. And see how even in the different lighting, the jacket's color is the same. The lighting of the patch is the same. And then you see the breast right here, the breast hanging out right here. The breast is hanging out right here. You see that, right? But there's no match to this person right here. Okay. Now, take a look at that, peoples. The same girl. The same girl, the same girl, the same girl. Why? Because you can see the luminous in the patch right here, the luminous in the patch right here. The luminous in the patch right there, and the luminous in the patch right there. See that? Luminous, 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 right there. Same girl. You see that, right? Same girl. And it doesn't matter how the pictures was taken or anything. The silhouette matches the same, peoples. The silhouette matches the same. Clear as daylight, peoples. You see that? You see that? And you see that, right? So now when we look at this photo, peoples, look how her face is intact. And then look how her eyes is busted and bloated. See that? See that? See that? Even when they tried to blur out her picture and stuff, it's still enough features to clearly show you people's. Still enough features to clearly show you what happened to this girl. And look, she's in a hallway too. And this is the end results right here. And not the same as her right here. As you can see, peoples. See that? See that? So, and then this person is totally different from any of these people right here. Look at the silhouette. The face don't even match. 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 Look at the profile of the face. And then when we look at Kenneka, where's the other picture at? Right here.
I used to watch it.
The face doesn't even match people's. See that? Face doesn't even match. Two different people. Clear as daylight, peoples. There you have it right there. So when you tell me that there wasn't different girls who played Kenneka, the proof is in the pudding right there. This was the end results of this girl walking the halls of that establishment right here. This is her right here. And this is the end results right here. That's the end results right here. Which is not Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Clear as daylight. So when you say that Kenneka walked the halls of that establishment, it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. As I clearly shown you from the different pictures and profiles of the different pictures, peoples. And then the patch, every picture that you taken of this girl, the patch illuminous. See that? It illuminates. In this picture, and then in the other picture right here. The patch illuminous right there. Y'all see that, right? There is no patch that illuminates right here, meaning it is not the same girl, peoples. It's not the same girl. Clear as daylight. Because there's no patch that is on the shoulders of this girl that illuminates, which clearly shows you it's not the same girl. Now, somebody said that this was Brie right here. Okay. This patch illuminates, but does this face look just like this face right here? Does this face look like this face right here? The patch illuminates. The patch illuminates. The patch illuminates. The patch illuminates. But is it the same girl? Is it the same girl? That's the question, people. Is it the same girl? The patch, it illuminates. But is this the same girl? You can tell by the patch, peoples. The patch illuminates, the patch don't illuminate. The patch illuminates, the patch illuminates. This color and this color, it matches. Do you see what I'm saying, peoples? I said this color and this color, it matches. The patch illuminates, the patch illuminates, peoples. Is it the same girl? We know these two girls is different, but it's this the same girl. It's this girl right here, because the patch illuminates, the patch illuminates, the patch illuminates, the patch illuminates. Is it the same girl? Is it, peoples? All right, well, can't get no help, but I've already proven to you, peoples, the different girls who played Kenneka. As I've already shown you, in the patch, it illuminates every opportunity you get, and you see the patch illuminates. You can tell that it's the same girl, peoples. No matter how the picture was taken, no matter the silhouette or anything, as you can see, the patch is not illuminating right here. See that? But that one does. Breast exposed right here, and breast intact right here, as you can clearly see in your face. See that? There's the white thing around the breast, and then the breast is exposed because this white part is not cuffed up here. You can see how much definition it is with the white part right here than this right here. This is all flesh right here. This is breast being exposed. So did she go up to the main level and then come back down to the lower level? Was she assaulted after she got off the elevator? Because when she got out the elevator the first time, I mean, shit, look, the breast is intact. She got out the elevator again right here. Well, look, the breast is exposed. You see that, right? So did she pull down her bra to expose her breasts, peoples? I mean, see, it's these little details that you guys don't even look at. And I keep trying to tell you, but you're not paying attention. You're not paying attention, peoples. How many times did this girl get off this elevator? Because on this picture, the breast is intact. On this picture, the breast is exposed. I said, how many times did this girl get off the elevator? Because you have two different pictures of the same girl. One, she's getting out the elevator and those breasts is intact. One, she's getting out the elevator and those breasts is exposed. Nobody else have ever pointed that out other than Edward Joseph. And this is the shit that I do, peoples. This is the shit that I do. So was this a double take? What was it, a double take, peoples? Yep. You're exactly right. And that is Kenneka. Yep, you're exactly right. And that is Kenneka. And that's how you know that's Kenneka in the freezer. That's how you know that's Kenneka in the freezer. But right here, we got the girl on a lower level because you can see the picture back there. You can see the picture back there. You can see the little light right there. You can see the little light right there. You can see the elevator back there and the elevator right there. You can see the elevator back there, elevator right there. So what happened from right there to right there? Did she go and did she purposely pull down her bra to expose her breasts? Because the breast is intact right here, but the breast is exposed right here. So was it a double take? Did she forget to pull down her bra to expose her breasts? You see that, peoples, right? You see that. You see that clear as daylight. But if you were so in tune, then you should have pointed this out. But you didn't point this out because you got your big fat mouth open trying to prove a case that you can't even prove. And then you're going to try to sit and tell me what the F I don't know, and I'm showing you unequivocally and undeniably, peoples, it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins. Now, peoples, I rest my case. I prove to you Kenneka was not there walking no halls on September the 9th. Clear as daylight. And the girl who was, I've already showed you in the different pictures, in the different profiles, how you can be able to discern and decipher who she is by her attire and how reflective of it when the light hits it. And none of those girls was wearing a gray watch. Bingo to the bingo peoples. Hello, Custom Designs. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. My friend, I hope you have learned your lesson, and I hope that you have learned to control your temper, control your attitude whenever you are a guest upon someone's channel. That's the one thing you need to learn because you do it all the time. But that shit won't fly here, not on my channel, not in this house. You'll never come onto my live and disrespect anybody on my panel ever again. I don't care if you did apologize. You don't exhibit those type of behaviors anytime you come here. I need you to understand that. And that only just goes for you. It goes for every goddamn person in this live that watches my live, that comes to my live and stuff. You don't disrespect the people on my panel. That's a major no-no. So if ever Joseph is not treating your house like that, don't step into my house and treat my house like that. Don't come in with your shoes all muddy. All right, peoples. So that's it. That's all that I have right now. It's 5.5 hours and things. I have literally already proving myself, peoples, that there was several girls who played Kenneka. 2 girls got assaulted. You guys got the video footage. Go see who has been taken to a hospital. If you can ever find that video footage. I doubt it if you ever find it. Because that is something that they won't show you. Peoples. Now, and then I have taught you something tonight of even with the silhouette pictures, you can discern and decipher whether the girl is of the same or whether the girl is different. And that's why I chose this purposely, peoples. That's why I chose this pictures purposely for this live. And I've simply asked the question, Kenneka Jenkins' final moments. Because you have to ask yourself the question, what's that Kenneka? And I can clearly tell you, no. Because when you look at this picture, peoples, the breast is out and that bra is under. And it's not over her breasts. Which I beg the question, peoples, how many times did this girl get off this elevator? Can you answer that question, peoples? You guys have been looking at these videos forever and a day. You guys, and then what gives insult to injury is that this is what the news people had put on their channel to show you the final moments of a supposed Kenneka Jenkins, which wasn't Kenneka Jenkins. So they lied. They lied. And I'm showing you that they lied. And this is why I chose this photo, because it was CBS News was the one who had this. And they showed you this on their news reporting thing. And you can clearly see the girl's breast is bulging out from that bra. And in the other picture that I've shown you, the breast was intact. And so then my question is simply this, for the lame brain people who just don't understand anything. How many times did this girl get off this elevator? And why, when you see her get off the elevator, the breast is intact? You're seeing her get off the elevator now and the breast is exposed. Can you answer that question? Anybody, can you answer the question? No, you can't. And I tell you why you can't. Because you're not in tune. You don't look at things with meticulous eyes. All you want to do is just sit up here, rant and rave with your big mouth and your big goddamn heads, and you're thinking you know shit and you don't know shit. And so that's why I always take your head and put it in between the crack of your ass and tell you to eat your own shit. Because you're stupid. That's why you will never challenge Edward Joseph, because the shit that you guys think that you know, you don't know. And I've been telling you for years, you don't know. So shut the fuck up. Stop trying to tell me what I don't fucking know. Sit your ass back, shut your goddamn mouth, open up your goddamn mind, open up your goddamn eyes, open up your goddamn ears, and learn something. And stop telling me what the fuck I don't know. Because you suckers cannot tell me what Edward Joseph don't know until you prove to me unequivocally and undeniably that what you're saying is actual, factual, and truth, and have some goddamn receipts to back it up. Peoples, I'll be back later on today. I got to go and I got to get to the grocery store, get some food for my son. We've been here all day. We haven't eaten yet because I've been on this live. And so I'll be back. So I gave you my goddamn receipts. Anything else that you guys need from Edward Joseph before I leave? Do you want me to give you a handshake? Peoples? Anything else? Anything else that is in question? Peoples? And I'll say this before I leave. Kenneka Jenkins never was at the Marriott. So you stupid ass people who sat there for all of this time and said that Kenneka was at the Marriott and never was at the Crown Plaza, you goddamn stupid. You're stupid. And spreading that narrative, you stupid. And every time you come on and spread that narrative, I am going to be on your ass. And I'm going to shut you down. I, Edward Joseph, is going to shut your ass down. Stop spreading that bullshit and madness. Get your fucking facts straight. Kenneka Jenkins was never at the Marriott. You can never show a picture, a silhouette, a receipt, a nothing of Kenneka Jenkins ever being at the fucking Marriott. Stop spreading that madness. Kenneka Jenkins was not at the DoubleTree. Kenneka Jenkins was not at Schiller's Park. And Kenneka Jenkins was not at a party on the west side of Chicago. You never seen a picture, a video, a silhouette, a nothing of Kenneka Jenkins being ever at a party on the west side of goddamn Chicago. Stop spreading that shit. And when you come on and you want to spread that shit, I'm going to shut your ass down. I'm going to shut you down. I'm going to shut you down. And I'm going to talk about your ass until your ass turns blue. But I'm no Diddy, but I love Kitty. Hello, Carla Henry. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Carla Henry says, hey there, Edward Joseph in chat. Happy Saturday. Yep. And you caught me right when I'm just about to shut down the live, but I'll be back on because I got so much more to say, peoples. Oh my God, I got so much more to say. I'll be back on, peoples. So you guys go over here and take a look at this live and weep and don't wet your pants, but just weep, peoples. And then go and then reformulate the narrative that you will ever put out here. Because if you want to put this shit out here and talk all of this stupid nonsense and stuff, well, then I'm going to be the one to be on your ass and I'm going to shut you down. And I'm going to talk about your ass until your ass turn blue. Oh man, I'm going to be on you like white on rice. I'm going to pump every goddamn video with my receipts, with the madness that you speak. I'm going to pump it out and I'm going to let the people see it. And I'm going to talk about your ass. And I'm going to tell your ass because that's the only way that you're going to shut up. I'm going to tell your ass. I'm going to blast it on every goddamn channel there is. Show the people, compare this to this, compare this to this, compare this to this. That's it. Until your ass shut up and stop spreading that false narrative and stuff, well, then I'm going to be relentless with it. I'm going to do one of Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina's numbers. I'm going to dox your ass until you finally decide that you want to stop talking about this goddamn case and spread that salacious madness. Because your ass don't have no proof. I gave you the proof to the truth. I've shown you what a videographer, photographer does. I walked this shit down. I showed you how you can read the photos by the silhouettes. You guys want everything handed on a goddamn silver platter, but peoples, you got to learn how to read the photos, the videos and things. And then you got to remember the shit that was ever said in this case, and then go ahead and do your comparison. If I never remembered anything in this case, well, then there would be no reason or no way I should ever be doing a live because peoples, I couldn't bring you anything. But I walked this shit down today. I gave you unequivocal proof. So all of the people who ever thought that Edward Joseph was lying, or I don't have no receipts, shove that shit up your motherfucking ass and shut the fuck up. Because it's just like putting a 11-foot up your ass to shut you up. Putting sticking my God-given foot that I walk with up your ass to sit your ass down and to shut you up forever and a day. See, that's what happens, people, is when you don't do your research. That's what happens when you want to challenge Edward Joseph. Anytime you want to challenge me, and then you guys still want to come to bat, and you still thinking you got the goddamn big head, well, bring that shit on. Slap your ass. Oops, upside your goddamn head. And to shut you the fuck up once and for all. Now, for all of you people who never believed Edward Joseph, you thought that I didn't have the goddamn receipts. There's the goddamn receipts in your motherfucking face. Sit down and weep and shut the fuck up once and for all. And if you want to come jump back, bring it on, because I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready to dox the fuck out your ass and to shut your ass down once and for all. You suckers all the time thinking that you got the right information and you're putting the right shit out there, but you don't make no goddamn sense with the motherfucking shit that you're saying. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of you motherfuckers all the time trying to tell me, Edward Joseph, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Well, I just shut your shit down right now. Every last one of you. Now, what the fuck you got to say? Come with your motherfucking big head if you want to. I'm going to shut you down. I'm going to be devastating. I'm going to be way more better than Casey Cloyd, Overa Sanchez Medina and doxing your ass and then shutting you down with your so-called receipts compared to what I have just brought out right now. Unequivocally and undeniably, peoples. Beat that. If your game is just all of that strong, beat that. Beat that. And the fucking Mud Rock paperwork ain't got shit up on Edward Joseph. What the fuck are they going to say? Well, what the fuck did the Mud Rock paperwork ever bring out in this goddamn Kenneka Jenkins case? Who gives two rats asses? Because the fucking Mud Rock paperwork never addressed the different girls who played Kenneka. The Mud Rock paperwork never addressed that the girl was found in the rear by the caddy shack in the dock area and not in the freezer. The Mud Rock paperwork never addressed that the girl who got off the elevator at one point in time, breasts wasn't even exposed. It was covered. But then, as you see in the picture, the breast is hanging out. The Mud Rock paperwork ain't never told you that. So what the fuck the Mud Rock paperwork is going to tell Edward goddamn Joseph? Not a motherfucking thing. So keep your goddamn narrative and your motherfucking Mud Rock paperwork over where you are and shut the fuck up. Peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to when Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I will be back within a couple of hours. I have to go to the grocery store, get some dinner for me and my son so we can be able to sit down and have something to eat and enjoy. And so for all of you suckers out there who still don't believe that there's two Kennekas, come back and watch this live and learn something. Come back and watch this live. And if you got something better than what I ever showed, well, then come back and watch this live and shoot your shot and say something. Debunk me, embarrass me, shut me up, or show me down. If you can. But if you can't, do me a favor. Shut the fuck up. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.